Tally-ho, mates! Welcome everyone.
Fish and chips.
Tally-ho, everyone. Good day to you, sir. Good day.
Good day. Mates?
Welcome to the stream. My name's Aqua.
My name's you.
Totally not British names, but it's fine. It's fine. Alright. Welcome to the stream. We're playing a Great Ace Attorney. Welcome. It's Saturday. I mean, it's Thursday. Why did I say it's Saturday? What's wrong with me? Burden. Welcome, Brush, to your worst nightmare, part 6.
Part 6.
I don't know why you keep coming back. I think you need to get that checked. But welcome to the stream. We're in jail.
Yeah.
You know, that's fun. I don't quite remember why we stopped here. Well, it was like the end of the chapter, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was end of. We agreed to defend Natsume,
Yes.
and then he was like, "Yay!" and then we ended. So supposedly we're going to court now. Yeah, yay, but like with depression.
Yay!
Anxiety, yay.
Yay! I will be less dead, a little bit, maybe 50% chance less dead. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Yes, we're playing the Great Ace Attorney. We are in case 4. We're starting trial. I think right after we, right as we get into the game, we will be in trial. Well, we won't be in trial. Natsume is. He might die, but it's okay. He might give us our cat? His cat? I don't know.
Oh yeah, we saw one glimpse of his cat and never again.
Yes, that's the most important part of this stream today is will we see this cat again? Because I want to see the cat. I want to know what's their name, what is their occupation. Alright, so, yes, that's what's happening today. Oh yeah, and right before we start let me know if my voice is crackly or like glitchy. I've been having weird issues happening with my microphone, so occupation cat. Occupation shitting on your bed.
Oh, thanks.
But yeah, let me know if my microphone is glitchy or anything like that. I surely hope not. There's a spider in front of me. Hold on. There's a spider. Where's my spider be gone?
Oh my gosh.
Is it gone?
Truly, this is chaos. You're right, Snack. This is chaos.
It's gone. God damn it! Ah! I will live in fear.
It will reappear when it's least welcome. No! When you're like, when we're at a really good part in the case, the spider will show up again.
It's just like, this is it. I've uncovered the case. This is all I need. This is the only evidence that. Help. Oh my god. Okay, but yes, we're gonna start with this case, and we're gonna prove him innocent. Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. I don't quite remember what happened in the investigation phase.
We'll jog our memory. It's okay. We'll remember as the case is going on.
Yes.
We're like, oh yeah, that happened.
It's okay.
All we remember right now is we saw a cat.
That's all we have on our minds. Is just the cat. It's okay. Naruhodo and Susato, for them it's been like what, a day? So it's fine.
That's right.
We'll have their brains to and then they'll be like, what is the evidence that I need? And we're like, ah.
I remember.
Yeah, totally. We did. I remember. I remember the cat. I remember we yelled at like an old man. The 50th old man in the story.
Him and his quote unquote maid.
Yeah, who was like his wife. Whoa, plot twist.
Okay, my memories are coming back. We met Iris.
Yes! Oh my god, I love her. She's so cute. I love her.
I hope she comes back.
I hope she comes back. I hope she's like the middle. You know how the middle of the case there's always some sort of like weird turnabout thing that's like it's like, oh, this is it. Like I can't do anything anymore, and it's like, hold on, and then she would come bursting through the doors.
Like the first case when Susato like ran in with the report. I hope she does the same thing.
Those are our predictions. Either her or the cat. Two of those. If either of those two things happen, I will be very happy. But here we go. Oh fuck! Wait, hold on. Do you know Skate Voice? I need to drink. I need to drink. I'm a little dehydrated today. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon?
We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
Oh, good morning. Oh, it's probably the person we're defending, right?
Natsume?
Yeah.
Probably?
Good. I forgot his voice.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yay, you're right. We
I
get
love
it
you.
right for the first time.
I know, right? We just keep putting like weird first voices and then they come in and it's like a completely different person. It's like, oh, whoops.
Oops.
Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
Oh, she's right. It's like redder. I feel like
dying.
it's redder than I remember it. But then again, we saw him in like a dimly lit prison, so
Yes,
know.
that's right. This is our first time seeing him in proper lighting.
Yeah, oh my god, he probably smells.
Oh. Poor guy.
I don't know, I don't think prisoners are not allowed to, like, I guess it depends. I mean, he's wearing the same clothes.
He is. He still has his weird eyebrows that look drawn on.
Yeah, and I mean, his entire face looks like it's drawn on.
That's scary.
Yeah,
That's
he's
scary
like,
thought.
I forgot to, I was too nervous to draw my face today. Alright. Oh, the only bird catches the worm, as they say here in Great Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Oh! And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literally in my life. Same wavelength. Same brain cell right now. Do all literary people take things so literally, my life?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
I don't think he has a choice.
Oh, he doesn't.
I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble.
I forgot about his alliterations. They're so good.
He's such an award-winning poet. We stand talent. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. Oh, I can't do this. I can't take it. Oh, although, welcome student, Mr. Naruhodo. I forgot he calls me that. I forgot. It's so funny. Yes. I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. Yeah, I know. So many people. It's a fucking kangaroo court. Did we tell you?
Look at his little lip movements. His idle lip movement. Yeah. he's just wiggling his lip.
I feel like he's like, if anyone is the visual representation of the sound, ooh, that's what. Okay, I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I thought he was just talking about the... I thought he was just talking about the gallery, or not the gallery, the jury, yes.
Oh. Oh yeah, I wonder who the jury's gonna be. Shit, we have 6 characters to vote.
No!
I think there's 6 of them. Yeah, there's 3 each.
Yeah, there was 6, yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, I have no idea.
So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Oh, it's like a different angle. Lord Van Zeeks.
Oh yeah,
is that right, Mrs. Sato? Yeah, but like he was there last time. It wasn't a big. I mean, it was a big deal. Just kidding. Is that right?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one.
Why? What did he do? I knew it.
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Hi.
I think that's Gregson. Oh fuck, what's his voice? Fish and chips.
Fish and chips!
Yo, did I tell you I went to get fish and chips the day after we played that game? Or we played last week?
Was it good?
Because it was so good.
Oh man, now I kind of want. Yeah, every time I look at him, because he's always holding one.
He's always crunching down. I'm like, man, I want some.
Yeah, he looks so good.
The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the. I can't remember his voice.
Yes,
the courtroom after a very long hiatus.
Yeah, something like that.
Man, I really don't.
Oh god, this guy. Totally
the trial of Magnus McGilded. Oh wait, that's you.
Oh.
They don't say, but I think that's you.
I mean, yeah. I mean, unless we knew what he was thinking at that time. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. What? I don't know. Yeah.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. That's true.
Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers.
Oh, mundane! This is the most significant saga in the century to some of us. Well, you specifically.
Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Oh, well, lest we also forget the fact that it could also spark an international incident. Obviously, the appearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there is another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you! What?
Oh.
Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stand against the legendary prosecutor. It can only be that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. Alright.
Man,
dude.
I wish I could rub shoulders with Van Zeeks.
Can you even reach his shoulders?
No.
He looks like he's 8 feet tall.
Yeah, he looks like a giant. I feel like I go up to his waist or something, like right on his underboob. so tall. Oh, I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Alright, dude. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be presented with a man with such fatal fortune? By the least lucky liar alive! Alright. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you.
Yeah.
Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Natsume.
This face. These his fingers? Why is there so much care and love put into his character
I
animations?
actually love him.
Like he's so good.
He's like I don't know, it feels like if someone were to put in like if like a director, like the game director had like a best friend and like decided to put him in, just like and, like it was just so like lovingly put in. And he's just so much character. He's so lovable. I love him.
Yeah. It could be actually Zalpo's right. I know Soseki is based on he is a real person, and so it could just be like them going like Japanese culture.
Japanese culture.
We gotta really put some love into the recreation of this character because he's a real poet.
Person. That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, that's me. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikuto by Squirus. That's even worse. It's even longer.
I love that.
I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this Greek.
Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once.
He probably had a heart attack when that happened, honestly.
Yeah, he died.
He's dead. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. This is Ghost. It's time. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Okay. Bye. I'll see you later.
His shaking animation's so good.
I love him. Oh yeah, that's the thing, like, I feel like every character in this game has like a theme to them, and like, you know, they're kind of like cartoon characters in a sense, but he seems like a real person.
Yeah, it's very anime. He's got many sides to him.
Yeah, he's very multifaceted.
Yeah.
This is it, my second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. Ah, sorry. I keyworded myself in my brain.
We both screamed. That was great. No, neither of us saw this coming.
Just anytime he comes on screen, just start screaming. Oh, okay. Let me just take a minute to collect myself. Just like. Just anytime like his face like comes over in like his brain, like Naruhodo just starts like bawling.
We're looking at this is his inner thoughts right now, but on the outside, like Susato's beside him going like, man, are you okay? And he's
he's just like I hope you're watching. It's like, alright, dude, like no one even said anything. Like this is getting worse actually. Yeah. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Oh yeah, I remember he had a little breakdown.
A little breakdown.
In the dungeons.
In the dungeon.
Yeah, he was like, oh, like, I don't know, Soseki said something, and he was just like, and then like he remembered back to Kazuma's words, and he was just like,
that's right.
Oh yeah, Kazuma.
I even got to read some of his lines last time. I forgot about that. He had a real ass flashback.
Oh my god, yeah, he actually spoke. We got to hear Kazuma's voice again. Alright. Kazuma, man. Alright, I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. We'll see. We will see. Oh my god. Yunosuke talking to his sword. It's like so sad but also so funny. It's just like, what do I do, partner? Sometimes like, are you talking to the sword?
You're gonna be alright.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
Oh,
wait!
Jury.
Wait a minute! Some of them... What?
Jury?
The jury! The maid wife was in there.
The maid wife.
She's not like indifferent to this.
Yeah, she can't be impartial to this case.
That's not right. That's rigged. This shit's rigged. Judge! Judge! Like, he didn't even say anything.
Excuse me, sir.
I walked into the room and he's like, Judge! Alright. Yeah, is this my voice? I don't know. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Sure, this is my voice. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh my god, yes, fancy.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord.
Okay. The defense. The defense is ready, my lord.
Oh, right off the bat, it's like, how long do we go before Van Ziek says the word and then
it's
immediately?
Been 0 days.
Yeah.
We gotta turn the counter back to 0. It's been 0 days.
Sato flips the flip book. It's been 0 days since Van Ziek was racist.
Oh my god, what if they come into the courtroom and they're like, do you wanna have a bet? How many minutes will it be until he says Nipponese? And she wins. And then Oda's just like just like slips her like a, I don't know, a guinea.
A guinea. Look at us using the right terms.
I was legit like, what's the word? Alright.
The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed. Don't say that. Don't say it.
I was like, ah yes, I'm so happy we get to hear his voice again, and then this at first.
The Nipponese.
Yeah, I was like, never mind. Sorry, what?
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Wait, you didn't know before?
I guess he didn't.
Cool. Alright. And he's like, now I think less of you.
Might I remind everyone this man is like 32 or something?
Oh yeah, wait, can I look at the...
I think you can.
Oh, look at all these people. Oh, Jesus. He's 32.
Yeah, he's 32. What the hell is wrong with him? He looks like he's 100 years old.
I want to see the progression like every year, like if he like his ID picture for like every year. It's like, where did it go wrong? You know?
His high school like ID card.
Yeah.
As he goes from like freshman to senior.
It's like, yeah, it's like his high school days, and he's like a totally normal like British child. And then like, I don't know, something fucking happened in university and all of a sudden he's like 55 years old.
He's 55.
Like, this is all the alcoholic consumption maybe?
Oh yeah, all that wine.
Yeah. He drinks like 10 bottles of wine every trial. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Men's is like 32. I don't know. He looks like he went through like midlife crisis like 5 times. Already.
He does. He looks like he's gone through some things that a 32-year-old wouldn't have gone through. So
it's not even half of your life.
He looks like a tiny bit like Benedict Cumberbatch in this angle.
How could you say something so bold yet so brave? I think it's the nose and the I guess the the face.
It's the nose and like the furrowed brows.
Oh, that's
for
true.
sure.
That's true. I guess, and
Or
also like
young
his
Hugh
face
Grant.
is very long.
Yeah,
A
like
young
a young
Hugh
Hugh Grant. I see it.
Anyway.
Sorry, Vanzi. Sorry,
I'm
we're
sorry,
making fun of you.
we're like making fun of you, like we're like from the defense. Do you have a point, man?
Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
All right, dude.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Susato-san. She said no.
She's doing the pickles thing again.
I told you I'm good. I'm good, man. You don't need to do that.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Here we go.
There it comes. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course.
By my hands.
I did it. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end.
Alright, dude. I don't think you want to toast to someone's death? What? The fuck? Kampai redeem. Oh, that's cute. Well, Kampai are tea.
RG, yeah.
Thank you, consuls. I see both sides are in fine fettle. I see both sides are about to rip each other's throats out. Let's begin.
This is great.
Yeah, this is cool. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? It's the
Oh! It's Chin. Why is he back?
I guess we do have to. I guess we can recycle some of them.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. That's how I tune.
Yeah.
You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
Wow, you got that like exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Oh, she's so cute. I love her.
Her little collar,
Oh,
she's
yeah.
adorable.
She might. I think she's choking herself, but you know what? It looks cute on her. Strangulation looks great on you. Anyway.
Oh.
Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. He looks like he's from Leighton.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, no, you voiced her too.
I guess the other two are yours.
Yeah, I'll voice the other
I'm
two.
afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed.
Wow, impartial. Oh, come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway.
Oh, it's Santa Claus.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that. I love him.
It's the what's the guy like the guy that like the driver of the thing from Last Case.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
that
freezing
voice.
guy.
I fucking love him.
I like that the last jury member is always like a cute old person.
Oh my god, what
Beppo,
if
that's his name, Beppo.
Beppo, my man. I love Beppo. But yeah, I like to my headcanon. I'd like to imagine that that's the husband of the grandma.
Oh,
That'd be
he's
so
the one
cute.
getting the sweater made.
Yeah.
Oh. Also, thank you for the redeems.
Oh, thank
Alma.
you. I will hydrate and unshrimp. I will hydrate my shrimp. Not in a weird way.
Oh, yum.
Right. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East.
I said opening statement to the case, not your racism. Like, I don't know where this is going.
Yeah. Oh, it's just, Van Zeeks is the guy who writes like a recipe blog, but then he prefaces it with 5 paragraphs of story. Like he's like, here's this fried shrimp recipe, but first, in the summer of 1966, I was on a hammock, young and foolish. Like, he's one of those guys.
I want to see Van Zeek's cooking blog.
Yeah, me too. I would follow his cooking blog.
Yeah.
It's gonna be mildly racist, but that's okay.
It's okay, I guess. Young and foolish.
Anyway, the accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street.
Just not a just. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Yeah. When he held the glass up to his face, I thought I was gonna have to make slurping noises between talking. It's like this exchange student was extended the warmest of welcomes.
Could you maybe wait until you're done speaking though?
Yeah. He is progressively more inebriated as he's finishing his opening statement.
That's a very strong line.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh. We got some quick redeems real quick here. I want to do the. You're just gonna have to zoom in yourself. But here's tap it on it, and then here's a wink. Okay. Oh wait. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Yeah, of course. She's so cute.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Oh, she's racist.
At least she didn't say Nipponese.
I love that it's always like the cute characters that are like, oh, by the way, I'm racist. So funny. All right, cool.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone.
Whoa!
1, 2, 3. Sorry. Didn't quite catch that.
I love him.
He's the best. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Oh my god, it's Mr. Fish and Chips. Oh my god.
Oh! Him! Your name and occupation, please. Oh crap, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir? Yes sir.
Yeah. That's how you
The
tune.
munching noise.
Yeah. That's the essence of his being. Also, this courtroom is slowly becoming a restaurant.
It is. There's wine, there's fish and chips.
Yeah, like, wow, what can't we have here?
Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at the Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? Oh shit!
Oh my god!
I don't think we've seen a photo of the victim before.
I love
She's
her.
adorable. Aww.
Is she okay, by the way? Like, I don't think we've heard anything about her. Cause she was like not dead, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's hospitalized but not dead.
Yeah. Yeah, huh? I don't know.
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name Olive Green.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be.
Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
No!
Jeez.
Not her! She's so sweet.
Aww.
I don't even know what. Yeah, I don't know. I just saw her face, and I'm like,
Aww.
what? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Oh, wait. Wait.
They just kind of assumed who she is, but I don't think they've like
thought
been
to be
able
a woman in her
confirm
20s.
her.
Oh, okay. I guess they just don't know her. Well, like they think it's olive green because why? She's wearing a green coat and she's round like an olive. All right. Comatose. That sucks. I see. But her life is not in danger. Well, Comatose, I think your life would be pretty much in danger.
For now.
For now.
Fortunately, not fortunately. I don't know why I use that voice for it. Fortunately. Crap. Okay. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon.
Okay.
It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street.
Oh my god, I was like, what the hell icon is that? It's a side-facing woman with like a...
With like one of those bonnets on, I think.
Yeah, bonnet and the tie.
It kind of looked like a shoe to me for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, what the hell is like a shoe, but like a weird... It's like a jester shoe? I don't know. Oh, yes.
Oh,
cool.
The gentleman. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back.
This is like the men and women like icon for like British people. They always have to have bonnets and top hats.
The two genders, bonnets and top hats. Gender is binary and there's only bonnets or top hats.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are saying. Anyway.
Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she currently is being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Okay. She was found with a knife in her back, currently in hospital, yet to regain consciousness. I feel like that would come in something, I don't know.
Maybe that's the mid-case, the mid-court case drama is she's gonna come in on a little...
Someone's gonna on like a wheelchair.
Yeah,
so
she's gonna be like, no, I will give a testimony.
Me, the victim. It's like, oh jeez, it's crazy. Alright, that would be crazy. I don't think anyone's ever done that in like Ace Attorney.
I don't think so. Yeah, because the victims are always dead.
That's true.
No offense.
Fucking do better, victims, damn. Being dead and all.
What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ooh, cool. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jack... What are you saying, Judge? A common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Thank you.
Whee!
Just stop dying, forehead. Now then, what do we know of the modus? Motive. The money,
motive.
motives. Money or valuables, I presume.
From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Aww. Oh, hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord.
I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim?
I'm afraid I couldn't say.
Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Hi. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. You suck.
Objection.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez!
My goodness!
Whoa, rest in peace, someone in the gallery.
Yeah, free wine in the face?
In the face. And also glass shards.
Yay!
So cool.
That's why the gallery is full. They're all here to like catch the things that he throws.
Yo, the like the area like directly behind him is the splash zone.
Yeah. It has the stickers on the seats. It says splash zone, and it's all like fangirls and fanboys, like fancy.
I love that. Yeah, the uchi, what's it called? The fan.
uchiwa?
Uchiwa.
Yeah.
It's like I love fanfics.
Yeah. Like kochi muite and like fansashite. I love it. That's why everyone's here.
Yeah.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public library.
What?
He says sorry for everything he does, but he still does it.
Like every time, he's like, "Yeah, sorry for I don't know, probably hitting a dude in the face with a glass."
Yeah,
and shattering
sorry
it
for
in front of
killing
his face.
McGill did last time, but
whoops.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. I don't know. Cheers to him being dead, I guess.
But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet? For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir.
It's just the image of Benzies being like, yes, I'm so totally crazy, but also he's just like, constabulary? Constabulary.
Big words?
They can't start the police. Just like changes his. Alright, Gregson.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog.
Someone dressed up a finger.
Yeah, I'm so upset. He has no neck and no chin. He just looks like a pointing finger.
If you draw on your it's like when you do the finger puppet. You draw on your finger. Oh, yo. My next cosplay. Oh, God.
Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and when we found the bloke to arrest him.
Okay.
Bloke.
Bloke. Old books, you say?
Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident.
I don't think we've had this. Oh, okay. We're looking at it. Oh, yes, I can clearly see the- Wait, this is a picture? Like a colored photograph?
Yeah.
Wow!
Technology.
Crazy! Yo, Naruho's going flip. Anyway. Oh, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Okay.
You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat.
I didn't even say anything yet.
Yeah, nobody has said anything, Venzeeks. Calm down. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well,
Forgive me, Lord Venzeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it.
What are you doing, Mrs. Sato? It's debate 101.
Yeah, even the judge wants to hear her. Damn, power.
Do go on.
Damn.
Girl boss.
Lie, girl boss. Gaslight him.
Gatekeep him.
Oh, help. Oh, God.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Can't read. Oh, we're going back to this. Fuck. Oh. Oh. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her... Oh, she fell over dead. I mean, not dead. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Oh, green overcoat. Green overcoat. Okay. Fuck. I don't know, just a normal voice but with a British accent. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh, fuck, everyone unvoicing and speaking. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the word come up with next?
She's right.
VR? Crazy. The defendant has done nothing more than admit that he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. Dude.
Oh, smash. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused.
Means plain male wife.
Yeah.
I'm dying here.
In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes.
Don't point at me. Ugh. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. We just started. Don't say that. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Again, we literally just started. Come on. Why are we always walking on eggshells? Alright. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Unusually light? Or like... I thought he said it was
hearing
really
it was foggy.
Yeah. Do we have
But I
anything
don't remember...
to attest to that?
Oh,
no. Alright, I guess we don't. Well, maybe, yeah, I think we're pressed, yeah. I think we're pressed. Mata. A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though.
That is definitely weird. I think, I definitely feel like we had the assumption that, like, it was, like, weirdly foggy.
Yeah.
That's light, is it? Or maybe he's just, like, doing colloquial, like, oh yeah, it's always, like, weird as shit, but this time it's not as bad. But it's still bad. Like...
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
Alright, dude. Just, come on.
Japanese fellow.
Japanese fellow. just say I don't live here. Like that's just all it is. I've read that London is famous for its fog. Like London fog. Ooh. Alright.
Ho-ho.
But in my country, people usually imagine that gives a city a rather beautiful appearance.
How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
If that's not an actual horror movie called The Mist. Anyway, indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Aww.
Jesus. Please don't die. I like you, Judge.
I like this judge too.
Yeah. Ugh, Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. Not just look and listen, but stop first.
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than normal. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Oh, well, okay, cool. Visibility
okay,
was
that
reasonably
was
good.
not
Oh, this
helpful.
is another one. There's no one else about the victim, okay. How are you able to state that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witness to this crime have told us. The witnesses, sorry. Shit, there's more than one.
Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? Wait, did we not see the witness? Oh yeah, the
he
police
didn't
have
allow
been...
us to.
Right. Right, okay.
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
Then we must hear their testimony.
The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary.
The fuck do I have to fight for the right to what? Like, talk to the witnesses? What's happening? But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. I know how winters work. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen.
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the light by gas streetlights.
Oh. I forgot.
The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. For the first time in history. Right.
Wow.
Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Alright, no need to be cute. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind, subsequently collapsed. Should we? The accused had ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Scattering. This being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. Just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the books to arrest him. Wait. Didn't they ask for Sherlock?
Didn't they ask Sherlock? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Herlock. Crap.
Whoops. We don't have any evidence to say that they did, but what is this?
Oh, that's his receipt.
Uh-huh.
I think that's the one we stole from his room.
Yes. 3 books. Maybe he like...
We can press the one where it says he scattered his belongings, because maybe the books don't match up.
Right. He says it twice though. The belongings and then the books.
Oh.
So maybe we'll start here.
Yeah.
And then we'll Mr. Natsume's belongings?
I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene.
Alright, we're looking at it again. Yes, the 3 books on the floor.
Yes, my lord. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
They look fine to me.
Yeah. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. Your Honor, the accused has 2 hands.
So I just punched my microphone. I was trying to do a desk slam. I was like thud. Objection! He only has one. It's like, what's happening?
He's very clever. What? Susato, are you okay?
This is so funny.
Is this sarcasm? Like he's like, yeah, Van Zeeks, you sure have eyes.
That's so funny.
Congratulations, Lord Van Zeeks.
What do you mean? I'm like dying.
Because we can clearly see that he has 2 hands. He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back?
That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Be a number of old books, he's just on his way, yep. Okay, let's talk about this.
It must be the receipt. I feel like we can present it.
Yeah, I feel like it's pertinent to this situation. The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
Shukabab.
Shukabab.
What is
Why
this?
did that get both of us?
I don't know. It's so stupid, but it's so funny.
Shukabab.
So stupid. I'm in a weird mood today. I'm like just laughing at everything. It's so funny.
GA Thursdays are always wild.
Yeah. My god.
The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
The bloke was stacked. Anyway. So stupid. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
No, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
It's not a big deal. It's just a map. Oh, Bourbon Books. Wait.
The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books.
This is false. We have a receipt and it says
That's
your
right.
books.
He goes to a different bookshop.
That's like the weirdest like objection. You got the bookshop wrong. It's like
Yo, as I was saying that, I heard like the old Ace Attorney OST in my head, like
yeah. You got the bookshop wrong.
Yes, exactly.
Fuck.
With the speed lines.
Yeah. The case is turned around.
Yeah. Gyakuten da.
Yeah.
A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of the Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home.
Alright, dude. You're wrong, so you know.
Woo!
Woo!
Something like this.
Local map information. Put this in your testimony so I can object the fact out of it. Alright. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. We don't know where your books is, but I assume it's not there.
Yeah.
In that area.
Mr. Naruhodo. I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Hell yeah, it is. Yes, I agree. the most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's name.
Yeah.
Because that's the one we can object to. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue.
I'm gonna object to it.
Yeah, we'll freaking tear you apart. Very well, not that I could see, not that I can see it being of any great significance. That's why I'm the lawyer and you're the judge. But please revise your. It's like, all right, dude, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic? I don't even know what that means, but I'm using it in my head. He was on his way. Yeah, okay. Here we go. We're presenting, buddy. Take this. Take on this. You got it. If I could just stop you there, Inspector. Why are you like, you were confident before and now you're like, oh. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
There are fish and chips. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
You just call me Sunshine? That's like,
yeah.
That's so nice of you.
Sunshine?
Yeah, it's like, what is it, sweetie? It's like, all right. Okay. Aggressively optimistic. Here, this is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and the details of the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not whether the receipt not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Yore Books?
Yore Books?
Yore Books? Ye-O-R-E?
Ye-O-R-E?
I just had an Aaron moment. Yeah. Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord, not the first one. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
No! What?
Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop?
I don't read. Yes, sir.
I don't. All the newspaper I own are on my fish and chips.
Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that...
It's not in the way, isn't it?
No, it's just a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. He's so rude.
I don't know why that's so funny. Oh my god, sorry. Musty tomes is the funniest thing I've... What the fuck? That sounds so like... That's like, I know he's referring to old... Yeah, he's referring to old books, but I feel like I like he offended me somehow, you know? It's like...
Yeah, it sounds very offensive when he says it like that.
What did you say about my tomes? I disagree. I mean, after all,
I have the street map here, if that might be of help.
Oh, yes, thank you. That's worse. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, It may very well turn out that he would not have passed that location at all. Ooh, could that be true? Oh, she's so cute.
My. It rather depends on where this bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Is that what you just had? Absolutely! What is your voice? I absolutely could be right. Sometimes like glaring at the inspector. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment?
Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books...
Woo! That's far as shit!
Just here, on the next corner of Meerschaum Street, going east.
I mean, that's not really a gift.
I think yeah, it kind of makes it's equidistant, whichever route he takes.
Yeah.
So now it's more up in the air.
Yeah. I mean, now it was 99%. Now it's like 50. It's not 0. So now it's more like, oh, where did you go? I don't know. So, okay, this local map is just being.
We're all drawn over.
Yeah,
it.
just all over it. There you have it. As you can clearly see now. Fuck. Oh. I knew it. Like he was hoping the same thing as we did. It was gonna be like a way different place.
I just realized his wine bottles have little Reaper sights on them. Oh yeah,
they do.
And a Reaper on it too.
The Reaper of the Bailey is actually the name of the wine.
Yeah, he has his own branded wine. My learned Japanese, Nipponese, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to be not racist for a second.
I turned off my racism for a second there.
Yeah, let me turn it back on. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms.
What the fuck are you on about, sir?
So rude.
He's calling me a clown? What did I do?
Yeah, he's calling you a clown student. He's not even calling you a real clown yet. He's like, he's trying to be a clown. To your future career in the circus. He's so sassy today.
He's so like, dude, what did I do to you? Like, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Like, what's happening?
He's salty about last time. He's still like, I can't believe this piece of shit.
So funny.
You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you.
What does that mean?
She's gonna Susato takedown him.
Oh, I would love to see that.
Me too. The whole 8 feet of
the whole
of
8 feet. I mean, like, I don't doubt that she can do it. It's just like, you know,
it'd be so funny.
She's just too polite to do it. But like, I would pay. All right.
Once we finish this game, I need to go look up fan art of her doing the takedown.
This is the takedown on this entire 8-foot man.
Yes. Didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books,
he could definitely still do that.
There's no doubt. Still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
He's not sipping, but he's like sniffing it. He's like, oh, the aromas.
Has he actually ever sipped the freaking wine? I feel like he pours it and then either throws it or sniffs it first and then throws it.
Yeah, I don't think he's like drank it at all.
He just likes the smell. It calms him down.
Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Ah! Jeez. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say? I've had enough of this now.
He's gonna fight me?
I beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
He's not hearing any of this.
He's
Oh
not
my
here,
God,
period.
he's not here. He's just not. Oh, someone get in his ear hearing aids.
They don't exist yet. He
Oh,
just has
shit,
to
you're
put like
right.
a cone on his ear and like hopefully amplify everything.
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up.
What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
She's absolutely right.
We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Suzuki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from the Your books, but we have to, right? Like, but
Yeah,
we
I
don't have
think-
any evidence.
Yeah. I think he's just gonna be like, well, he could have very well went the other way.
Yeah, like it's equidistant, bitch. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, we'll do it anyway. We'll see. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Oh, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll say it
Big
like that.
Yeah.
Explain yourself, counsel. Oh shit. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places.
Whoa!
If the
Holy
defendant
shit!
Holy shit! If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. Crazy. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way
I
round.
don't know, maybe he wanted to see the scenery?
Yeah, although, like, does this fuck live there? Like, how do you know that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a map, but you can't tell 100% like how long it is compared to the other one.
I'm reading. If the defendant always takes the short way home, how would he have gotten so stacked?
Yeah, that's just. We did it!
Case closed.
Not
I love
guilty.
it.
Put up the fireworks. Oh my god.
On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well,
The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
no. Yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home.
I have already informed the court of the accused response to such questioning.
Why didn't you tell me earlier? What the fuck
Yeah.
have you been doing this
Why-
whole time?
Can you please?
Oh,
What?
what?
So sicky.
Soulseki, you're not making any. Oh, god damn it.
He claims he has no recollection.
Well, that helps.
That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B.
You know what? It's called taking a walk. Like, calm down. It's fine.
That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
Oh, well, he did say that he's been, like, plagued with some sort of weird thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, it's not helping, but you know, I don't believe this! Ah!
Aha.
Oh.
I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject.
Fucking Take out your witness. Take it out. Whip it out. I dare you.
I want your witness. I want to see your witness.
I want to see your witness.
I sent you pics of my witness. Please respond. Oh my god. His witness is hiding inside his cape. It's large enough to fit a whole person in there.
Yeah, it really is.
It's a tent.
Oh.
Pray, what say you, insightful jurors?
But even if that's the case, the defense still. I agree with Lord Van Zix. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean? Oh fuck. We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court. Oh, what? Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa.
Use
Whoa. Aww.
Aw, I love him.
Oh.
Oh, so cool.
Wee.
Jeez, alright. I thought the courtroom was gonna go in flames.
Oops.
What would appear the jury's leanings is unanimous. Also, they became all Japanese for some reason. Oh, I'm dead now.
Oops. Sorry. Cheers. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country. You serve Queen and country admirably.
You serve
There's
queen
no
and country.
particle between serve and queen, so I was like, what?
Yeah, you serve queen and country. It's like, oh.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm dead now. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I know I learned this from last time. Ready? You ready for this again, bitch?
I'm back.
I'm back. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around Gyakuten-wise. Somehow.
Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Well, you didn't. So whose fault is it, bitch? Not you,
You
I guess.
personally.
Yeah, because you didn't write the law. Call it antiquated, if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. I guess we will do this again. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I am all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his unctuous refusal to show in his alley.
What?
I have no idea what he said. Sure, very well then. Sure thing, dude. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined on if the defendant to be guilty. It's so funny, like, because we know like Foreman has seen this shit, so he's like, all right,
Yeah.
I'm good. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity really admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
The man wouldn't have gone around in the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful!
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. books. Yes, nice shop that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit.
It's like not related to the case.
The last two jurors.
Everyone's like, yeah, no, like this is my thing, I don't care. Oh, your books. It's like,
I
alright.
like books. I've read a few in my lifetime.
It's like he's going through dementia right now. Like, my god, Grandpa. Ooh, okay. With only minor exception. With only minor exception. He's like, oh, let's not think about the other two, but the other four are okay. The reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant has fled the scene. I must say I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Alright, dude, like, you can just walk away from his— I mean, like, sure, it's a little weird, but like, I don't know, shock does things to you. Alright.
Yeah, it's spoopy.
Yeah, it's not— doesn't mean he did it, like— oh,
Yeah, he's just scared.
yeah, he's just scared.
Oh, scared.
Oh, scared.
Oh dear. Even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Ugh, why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Why did it stop right there? For the defense.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue,
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I have to put on tide turner. Must make the jurors— I must make the jurors change their mind. That's an Identity 5 joke. Well, 4 of them at least. The other 2, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh, whoops.
Oh, whoops, exactly.
we have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Oh my god, we get to see his back again.
Yes, he gets to walk around again.
Yeah! He gets to stretch his
Exciting.
feet. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. Hi! I'm standing here now.
Oh, the inspector's in the back.
Yeah, it's Gregson in the corner, like, ooh.
You can see his fries.
He's just eating. Oh, that side of the courtroom smell is really great right now. For pity's sake, auditor already admitted to himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed— okay, so we can press if it's not, like, immediately clear. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why can only be the victim? I don't know, other people could wear green.
Yeah.
Fucking can't— admitted what? Oh, like seeing it happen?
Yeah, that he was like, he saw the woman, he heard the scream, and that she collapsed.
Okay. What is this one? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to— gone around the houses on his bookshop, way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So he's saying
that's
that
Venzi's
it's—
point.
Yeah. Right. Woman was attacked from behind. Was she— this is like not even related.
Yeah.
Maybe we should— I think these 3 are like— because they're not related, so I think it's easy to turn them around.
Yeah, because maybe we can press them for— I feel like we can press him and
Yeah,
him,
let's—
the maid and the old man, and I feel like they can reveal things for us to pit each other on.
Right. Okay, so
Bookshop.
I think we should start with him because at the very least this is like related.
Yeah.
Like maybe he knows more about the shop or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
Cause he feels like he's been there before.
Sorry, folded. Did you say? Fold what?
No. No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
the old books I have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Oh my god, what if he witnessed?
Yeah, what if he was there and he saw Natsume and he's like, oh, hello.
Oh, what's up? That's not how an old man speaks. Yeah, konnichiwa! Very, very worldwide of you, old man.
Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide over here.
Well, I was just picking up books all the afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Alright, dude. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget the day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had.
Oh, he's sweating. What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head.
Oh my god!
I have concussion now.
Oh, he's hiding it in his hand. Like
yeah.
a giant bruise. Aw.
Oh no.
Oh, he's poor old man.
It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
That's your time's up, buddy. It's so scary.
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
Oh, that's the long way around.
Yeah.
That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see.
It's like not a road. It sounds so ridiculous.
Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Whoa, wait, green coats.
Oh yeah, he has a green coat on right now.
And he's also like roundish in
he's
stature.
also round shaped. Yeah.
Yeah. He's the
same
olive.
shape as victim.
Oh, that's crazy. And he also slipped and fell. Oh my god, that would be so crazy. All right.
That's him.
Yeah, I think that's what. Oh my god, dude. Genius. This
is amazing.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. I knew he was gonna do.
Sorry, extremely sick. No, I'm quite fine now.
Alright, I mean, good for you, but that's not what I'm asking. Okay, he's gonna do it anyway.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt.
It's the end of the end of round testimony.
The end of thing talk.
Yeah.
But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
I've fallen and I can't get up. Oh. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that it sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume or anything. That's something.
We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly.
Yeah, yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again carefully. Even if any of their assertions are at odds, yes, I know what to do.
Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other.
It's Mortal Kombat.
Do it.
It's dog-eat-dog world out here. Alright. So, I think, yeah, we're gonna, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what she has to say. I know you.
I am tired of your bullshit. Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garudeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room? The master's wife? The master's wife? Where did you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid! The maid, you understand? She's keeping up that charade. This is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd be selected for the jury in this trial, I mean? Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the lecture I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodgings in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week. But although he's only been in a little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just the sort.
Ah, fuck.
Wow.
Oh shit. What?
Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room that we basically gave to him, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. That man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes, and all these neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something.
Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. Okay. I don't think her judge of a character is really damning, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this guy. Dude, a man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's.
What?
Explain yourself.
Yeah,
The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off.
oh, okay.
If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. Oh, this time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is.
So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? Oh.
What if he's digging up the road that he would have taken?
Oh, and it's like
Calabash
take a
Road?
detour or some shit.
Yeah, shit.
Anyway, that's right. In fact, if I remembered rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
I like that, like, they never say anything until you're like
You press them.
10 minutes deep in conversation. They're like, by the way, I've seen the crime happen. It's like, dude.
Yeah, I was right there.
Fuck. What? Another coincidence? Huh?
That's right, Meerschaum Street it was.
Meerschaum?
Meerschaum. It's
Hold
the one
on.
up top, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So,
It is the one he would have taken.
okay, so if he took, yeah, if he took it like according to Mr. Vampire Man, he would have seen either he would have seen the Mr. Natsume, or like it would have been like closed off and like
Yeah.
he wouldn't be able to get there. So he would have to take the other way around. Okay, yes. Meerschaum Street. Oh my god, we literally just saw it.
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Alright. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please.
What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk.
And then this one is, I slipped over that evening on Calabash. Alright. What are the other ones? Oh. Woman could it could only be the victim, but it's not! It could be the old man that collapsed.
Yeah, what if it's him?
Yeah, okay. I think this is the first pit that we can do. This one and this one.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll pit this young lady with this old man. Oh god. Did you see it?
Yeah.
I'm just pointing at you. Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the jurors' reasoning. Man. Oh fuck. Wait, did I do it wrong? A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. Oh no.
My, whatever do you mean, sir?
I got it wrong. I got it right? I'm just like questioning myself. Oh no. Oh.
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything.
Oh yes! Walk, boy, slay!
Walk, boy, slay! Oh, I love seeing
walk,
this.
fashion baby.
Walk, fashion baby. Dude, I wish there was like a seamless gif of this, like that. This could just be my wallpaper. Just want to see
Yeah,
him
I
walk
would watch
around.
this forever.
Ugh, nice ass. It's very flat, but you know. I think it's a uniform. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicate. Oh fuck. Sorry. I know I look very confident, but I'm actually very nervous. It clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
Yeah, because it's stupid. I mean, that's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in the green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor young woman who is stabbed, obviously.
No! Can we really be sure of that, madame?
My, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of in the neighborhood.
Oh my!
Oh.
My goodness, you mean? That's right. I think it's just like I'm so used to like voicing old British men that like there's a young man here, and I'm like
A young man?
I'm like, I don't know how to do British man without old.
Without all.
Taking out the old and out of the equation. That's right. I'm referring, of course, boing, to hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim.
It's true. Well, look at that!
My goodness me!
Oh, sorry, you need a pee?
Oh, I freaking love him. Can he be like the juror every time? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long road back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
Stop looking like I ripped off your dress or something. Like so. All right.
You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed us off hours ago.
Dude, he freaking fell and like bonked his head. It's not his fault.
He's an injured senior.
He's like 60 probably. Like
Oh my god,
more than
everyone
that.
is being mean to him.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
It's green.
Stop. Don't bully him.
No bully.
No. What say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over ice?
Oh,
Good, he's standing up for himself.
Yeah, oh my god, he said no pickles.
Grandpa's pissed. Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat?
Yeah, it looks great on you. You slay, Grandpa. Hold it. Oh. She's redoing her makeup. She's powdering her nose, as they say.
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Just like that. Oh, thank you.
And I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well, he's so pissed.
I'm like, not, I mean, that's a good thing for me. Like, I'm not just...
His eyebrows are so funny.
I love, he looks like, you know what he looks like? He looks like a cream puff. He looks like pastry. He looks like ampaman.
Oh, he does. It's the nose.
It's the nose.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Thank you. Well, we've managed to change that a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leaning's really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Alright. Vanzix is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. He's just saying it.
Oh, he can't. He's not allowed to talk during this segment. I forgot.
Yeah, he's been silenced. And he's not okay with it. He's so upset.
He's in timeout.
He's in detention. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation. It's what is it? The corner of shame.
The corner of shame.
On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Yeah, okay, this one's done.
Yeah.
Pity's sake that, yeah, okay, whatever. Man couldn't have gone around the houses. This one and,
the construction man.
Yes.
Yeah, because he was digging up Meerschaum Street. Yeah!
Yeah! Pit him! Fight! Like, it's a fighting game, but with that music. Fight! Alright. Alright. You got it. Dude. Those two...
look, he's so distressed.
Oh no! Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, console. Explain yourself. Now I'm more confident because it just starts like this. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
What? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir. What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now were, because like, English is hard, just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. I'm assuming it is. Which means that the defendant's route to her home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course! What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. Oh, good. This is good.
I'm glad I'm glad my assumption was correct. So the only conclusion is this: the defendant must have taken a longer route back to his lodgings. Yes. Oh fuck! That's the wrong one. so many old men that I can no longer do like middle-aged and younger. Yeah, yes, I suppose you must have. Tally-ho.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following: the man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes. Oh God, goodness. Oh, whoops. Oopsie doopsie. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Just this whole time I'm doing this guy's voice is just yes. I don't think it's in all good conscience that I could say the man's guilty now. Whoops. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so that we could get to the bottom of what really happened. Yay! Woo!
Whoa!
What about you, sir?
Who? Me?
Yeah, you.
Well, all right then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. I fill holes for a living. Don't take that out of context. Man, I would pay money to fill that prosecution's hole. Anyway, let's move on.
Prosecution. Oh, he would take a lot. I would say that there is already something in there, right? Well, if that subversion examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Oh, so I will agree with them. Woo! Not guilty. Woo! Okay. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
No.
He's finally. He's like finally.
Like I can speak
now.
now.
Oh my God,
Don't
he's
talk
drinking.
about my hole like this. Oh, he drank. No.
Oh, it's gone.
Just a sippy. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
If you're so apologetic, then stop doing it.
Yeah.
Lord Van Zeeks.
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful.
Oh, now you're gonna
dunk on the jury.
Yeah, you're gonna win them over by, like, saying shit about them, and they're gonna be like, "Oh yes, thank you, not guilty. I mean guilty."
I've just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
You stop calling me a clown, my goodness.
No.
Whatever do you mean?
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right! Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it.
What does that mean?
How much did you get?
First a guinea, now a shilling, and now it's a goddamn tuppence. What is this? Tupperware? What's happening?
A 2 pence? Is that what? Oh, is that what it is, Brush?
Tuppence.
Brush is here to translate for
a gamer penny.
A gamer penny. Thank you, Brush, and thank you, Ola, too.
Yeah, thank you. That very very insightful.
Gamer Penny in real English.
Yeah. The British invented gamers. As with
wow.
G Fuel.
G Fuel, what is it? Pennies?
Yeah.
Gamers? Yeah, G Fuel, gamers, and racism.
They all. It's so talented.
Oh, Mary Poppins fed the birds tuppence a bag of bread.
Also, the G in G Fuel stands for Great Britain with no space. Great Britain with no space.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I was drinking tea. What are you gonna tell me?
Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Wow, he's right, I don't.
Bro. Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue now.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters. That's not much at all. I don't know what a meter is. How big a meter is.
In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate.
You're telling me that Mr. Soseki Natsume vaulted over a hole
that is nearly 2 meters in length or width?
Length or width?
I don't believe that.
I do not believe that for a second. Also, why would he do that? You know, like...
Yeah.
Also, wasn't it like slippery? People were saying.
Oh yeah,
that,
it was slippy.
Slippy. Oh my god. Yeah, weird champ of you to say that, but alright, that's your argument.
On the
now.
other hand, though, Van Zeeks could just step over that distance.
Yeah,
he's, like,
he could
8
just
feet
like
tall.
he could just take like a just a little abnormally like big step. And that's
yeah,
just
and
okay for
right
him.
over it.
Yeah.
He just assumes everyone can do that.
That's so true.
Like, you mean you can't?
Like, do you mean you can't vault over like a 10-meter like cliff? And everyone's like,
Easy peasy. And would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
Come on, dude. What?
And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time.
What?
No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Oh!
Is that true? Is it?
Watch them bring Soseki out and then dig a hole and be like, hey, can you jump over that?
We've brought the scene of the crime once again.
He's there shaking like,
No, he can't even take a step. Like, freaking, yeah, he would die. He says like Soseki has moderate vigor.
Yeah, I know, he has no vigor.
He has no
zero
vigor. He is like at death's door at any moment in time.
The uncontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Ugh. Crushed in a single sentence.
And, old man. Code man! You can talk!
Oh, his eyes!
His eyes are open.
Oh.
They're so cute. These little beady eyes.
Yeah.
You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, can't say as I remember.
You don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Ah! How am I supposed to fucking do that, first of all? Stop looking at me, Susato. Order! Order! Lord Van Zix, explain yourself.
My lord?
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? He
can't talk.
He was in the corner of shame.
Yeah, he's in the shut-up zone.
He's in the shut-up zone.
Harm.
You think the game didn't let me?
Yeah. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for.
Alright, dude.
I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
Oh, cape off time.
Oh, cape off. Oh, honky.
So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What are you talking about?
My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand.
Okay, well, we got here, at least. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Oh no, new people. Ooh. It's next witnesses?
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember?
That's why we've been doing this.
We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to this incident.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as its witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end. Until this battle is over. Unless I'm doing my best. Oh my god, they're so cute!
Oh my goodness! They're so adorable! Whoa, witnesses, please state your witness.
Whoa.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Oh my god, who's gonna be you? Oh, he's so
sneaky.
cute.
I can do boy. Do you want to do his wife?
Okay. Oh my god, they
Boycott
look
rule?
like they're 15 years old. How are they like husband and wife?
Constable, roll the beats, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. Oh.
Oh, good night.
Oh.
And I'm Mrs. Bates. Patrish is my name. I'm proud to say I'm his Youngtown hero's wife.
Aw, they're so cute!
They are so adorable.
Oh my god, what's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
Oh, they're newlyweds. Oh. No. It was your husband I was talking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world.
Patrol and beat. Aww. I love it. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Oh yeah.
The what is it? The Bobby?
Yeah, yes,
Bobby.
the Bobby.
Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. They do literally everything, apparently.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
Yeah, legit. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve many crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
Well,
A man of honor he is. And a man of slumber. Alright. Sassy.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Oh! Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir.
I love the theme. It's like
It's so good.
It's so cute. It feels like I'm in Disneyland. What a great witness he's gonna be. He's been just asleep the whole time. Very good. Oh yeah, they're witnesses. They saw it happen. Well, wait.
Yeah.
Just him or him and his wife?
Apparently they both saw it.
Okay. I'd like to hear your former testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw in the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir.
Good night. I love him. They look like dolls.
They do, yes. They look like something that I would like, that people would have like on a shelf, like
Yeah.
as like bookends.
The bookends.
They're so cute. They just
I
have like
yeah.
vibrant colors.
Yeah.
and-
Like I already forgot her name. Like Patricia.
Pat? Yeah,
Pat.
yes, Patricia.
Oh yeah, Pat. But like she like her. I mean her eyes in particular, but like her hair also. It just reminds me of like those like yarn dolls.
Yes, yeah. The yarn dolls with their hair.
Yeah, with the hair
specifically,
that's
yeah.
like kind of like there's a specific look to them. Anyway, yes, they're very cute. I love them.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Oh,
Anyway, the two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them
Aw.
just collapsed on the floor. Then the others scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
The entire testimony was just
it was just her. Just sleeping. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate bechancing. Whoops. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my men. I thank the Lord for that. My men?
So, I don't know, it's so funny.
Miman!
Me men!
Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However...
Oh, I thought it was longer than that.
This cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may as well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Souseki Natsume.
You know what? The oath has never stopped anyone from lying in court. So your argument is moot, my guy. Oh.
And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Like everyone's like, yeah, he's a policeman. He's a trusted man of the force. Like everyone like will, no doubt, like trust his words. And you see him, and he's like, oh.
Yeah, he's like,
He's like not even here.
Yeah, 80% of the time he is not awake.
It's like, all right. Ooh. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, here we go. I don't think I saw anything. I think we have to press, right?
I think we have to press something.
Wedding anniversary. Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. Pavement in front of us. Were they across? One of them just collapsed on the floor. The other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Roy and I both saw him clear as day.
I want to press the scatter one, and also the last one.
This one, the scatter.
This one and the last statement sound like they could lead to more things.
All right, let's start with scatter. Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh yeah, I forgot that this is a thing.
Yeah.
Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the But then when we got closer, we realized what it was.
Why are you so happy about this?
Didn't we, darling?
No. Boy. Yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see. Old books.
No. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim laid on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did when he did the deed.
I can't read, apparently, when I do these voices. Mata. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in? Free reign.
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes.
Where? Where in this man do you see terrifying and intense?
And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony, this is not ambiguous, unambiguous testimony, comes from a policeman and his wife. Stop saying that!
I was gonna be like, objection, he said ambiguous, he said ambiguous! I heard it, totally. It's like 5-year-olds. Right. No take back, please.
No, please continue. Yes, sir!
Oh. Good night. Ran straight, of course. It was definitely that Japanese man. Okay. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street. You wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? Oh god!
Oh my goodness!
We absolutely could! Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Oh my god.
Right. Please, I don't want to see domestic abuse at this moment.
Yeah,
This
no
is
more
like-
murder.
Please. So, too many murders.
The light from the street lamps were more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was the only light, wasn't he? Didn't he? Bleh! Fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. It is but it's an absolute menace to those who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
You literally same thing. Alright. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? He's gonna die. Yep.
Anyway,
Oh. Anyway.
the constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. I have sparkles in my eyes, it's too sharp. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Oh. Yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir!
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Hozuki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. Well, time for this banter, so that's it, is it? That's the entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no! Then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here.
Okay. just like fucking start bawling at the thought of it. What are you trying to say? How could you say that?
Why would you say his name
Yeah.
without warning me first?
Without warning me. Trigger warning.
I think he would try to figure out. I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Ugh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? There's no time to change. The two celibates appeared out of the fog.
We can press the one in the middle. We pressed this one already.
Oh, this.
Yeah, this one we pressed.
Yeah, the police
police box one. Kazoo man.
Kazoo man.
Kazoo man.
Kazoo man. Was it your us? He also gets like triggered by like kazoos.
Oh
It's
no.
like a child comes over, he's like, burp, 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 and he's like,
Yeah. Why does he cry like so sick?
That's just like, it's just like a Japanese thing. Everyone is just. Alright, the sound of utter despair. Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yank.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Ooh, maybe
The right
they're
one?
gonna... they're not the wrong one.
Is there a wrong one in this case?
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Beatbox.
Beatbox. I can't beatbox.
Oh, depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
Good night.
It's my turn. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know?
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
No. Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir.
I fucking love him.
No.
Let's move on, shall we? Okay. Not that then. Silhouettes appeared of the fog. Let's just go through like, I mean, might as well. We already did the other three. No time to change after work, you say? And are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Oh, we have no idea about this.
Oh, no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Stop killing him. Let the man rest. I just finished my beat.
Oh, it's like when you have to pull like the string of like a toy box for it,
Oh,
like
yeah.
a toy for it to speak or something.
That's right. It is very much like
Yeah,
that.
it's like a Toy Story, like reach for the sky. It's legit.
Pat and I were heading back from the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in your uniform.
Alright. I don't want to hear about your kinks.
Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Alright. Oh, weird.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
No, it doesn't. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal and you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and the Queen to the end.
This is new. What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a puppy like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. They're so cute. Oh, Pat.
Oh, really?
Oh, what a charming couple! Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps. I think someone's jealous.
Oh, no.
Aw. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Oh, wahaha.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. He'll tell you no pickles.
Even though he won't. Oh, what? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like...
She's gonna...
Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one.
Oh, nice. Oh.
And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is.
That will do, Miss Ibog.
No, it will not do at all.
Oh, she angry.
That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Killing my own husband.
Murder!
And even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. He'll punch you like this.
It's like a dead body in
Yeah.
her arms.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat.
Oh boy.
Might that appease you?
It'll appease me.
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Moo.
I could even tell you the name. Okay.
Yes, tell me all about it. I would be so
Yes.
happy. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say.
Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for multiple of them,
Multiple.
well, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Roy.
And what was your husband doing at the time? Sleeping, probably.
Oh, he was lying. He was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest.
Oh my god.
You know, as you do. He works ever so hard, you know, ever so hard. Don't you, darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beach, seeing you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it, yearnings? And there was, a meal for someone. And the last one was definitely the thingamies something. You see?
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh, well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Oh,
gee,
my gun! Fuck you all! Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to.
Oh my god, put your gun down, sir! Sir!
Yeah.
Everyone! Please.
Why doesn't the bailiff... sleepy. Why doesn't the bailiff confiscate anything of anyone entering these courts?
Oh my god, like there were like 3 people with knives last time.
Yeah. And now we've got this guy with a real ass gun.
I mean, both the defense and the prosecution has a sword, so you know.
That's true, yeah. No, Uncle does have a sword.
This is a fucking kangaroo court. Oh my god.
Terrifying.
I'm shaking in my boots. Yes, she really is. She, not him. So that's it. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
That's the entire testimony. Okay, so I
We
think.
can look at the receipt.
Yeah, look at the receipts. I have the receipts. Unequivocal. Boo boo boo.
Beep beep boop boop.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun,
Yay.
dun. Okay. Yes. Uh-huh. 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 Yes. Okay. So, let's see this receipt here. The picture
Oh,
of
picture?
Monsieur
Yeah. A meal?
Lecoq.
Look.
Is that a picture of Monster Lecoq? Is that what they say? Is that what a dick pic is? In yield.
It's like it's like sent through email, and the email title is the picture of Monsieur Lecoq. I showed you Monsieur Lecoq. Please respond.
Oh my god. Please. Please respond to this the snail mail at your earliest convenience.
Yeah, it's like pigeon mails.
Oh my god, dick pics by pigeon mail. Alright. I guess this is it, right? Well, she said like
Oh, she said there's 4 books, but for some reason there's only 3 books on
oh, wait, did she say
this.
4? I could even tell
yeah.
Yeah! Oh my
In the
god,
text
you're so
box.
true.
Actually,
so
can
true.
we look at the picture?
This one.
The photograph.
We can't see.
Yeah, there's only 3 books.
Oh yeah, there's only 3 books. Yeah,
As
there's
well?
no 4 books. Who took the book? Did you take the book? You got it. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right. I remember all of them. I can't count apparently. The picture of Monsieur somebody. What's it yearnings? A meal for someone, and the thingamy's something. No, bitch. I'm sorry,
No.
Mrs. Beat. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no! What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. Like, I love the OST of this game, but it's just such a meme, just like
Me too. I feel like I have to clip that and like put it on like, I don't know, make it play at
Yeah,
stream
yeah,
sometimes.
as soon as,
when
like,
I have a big brain moment.
3 books, not 4. That's so funny. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant brought his books. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Oh,
Only 3?
not comfortable.
But
confident pose is so cool.
Yeah, comfortable. Yeah, he's pretty comfortable. But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. They were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. All right, dude. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. Well, does it make you... Oh, okay. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw them.
Oh.
No, madame, I am afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. Brr!
What a long way of saying you don't have eyes.
You don't have eyes. Your eyes are a little. Your purikura filter on your eyes, or I think a little, like hindering you from seeing a few things. So it cannot be denied that, though you say it was a defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, his chuny pose. It's out.
It's out.
It's here. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
I think your brain just
I'm
automatically
censoring
corrected. Alright, thank you for the hydrate also and the unshrimp.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. What?
What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving.
Ah!
So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies.
You have a lot of words in there that I don't usually hear in daily life.
Would that be fair?
Ugh, he sees right through me.
That's so sexy. Anyway, but,
So sexy of him.
but your plan is somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with the toast.
No
He
need.
gets out a piece of bread.
This one's has jam in it.
It's my lunch. I can pack it for myself. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh, sure.
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
But what about the photographic print? Did someone Photoshop it? It only shows 3 books. Ye old Photoshop.
Yeah. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print.
Oh no. That print? You mean to say? Oh jeez, my goodness.
Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand.
Why is she holding it?
She's holding it. Why is she holding it?
Oh
Oh,
my god,
it's
it's like
burned.
I thought I was gonna say like there's a bite taken off of it.
Oh, nom, 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 nom.
Oh, I'm so hungry. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, but that's not what she's saying.
That's the book from Man and Maid's house.
Oh.
And it's also burned because it was like probably involved in that fire that they caused during their
my god,
thing.
my brain does not stretch that far. I would have
Stretch.
completely forgotten about that.
Because she talked about that, or he talked about that book, I think.
It was like
During
all
our
about the
last listen?
lion stuff, but
Yeah,
like I
'cause
completely
he has a lion
forgot.
fetish.
I completely forgot about that section. I was just like, yeah, I don't know. We talked to some old man, and that's it. Just her lock is completely gone from my memory.
Oh yeah, him.
Oh yeah, him. Yeah, I don't know. He was on the window. It's a 4th book, man.
As you will observe,
He is a furry.
the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso.
No. No! I'm dead. For the 5th time today. Order! Order!
There! You see? You see? Look at that! Look! Look! Look!
Yeah, yes, I see.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beach, the titles once again, if you please.
I like how he says like, oh yes, these titles are completely accurate, and it's like
Yeah.
barely. Like, she got the punctuations right, and that's about it. Oh my god.
Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
It's different.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
Uh-huh.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone?
A meal for Garibrow, in fact. Gaboriao, sorry. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Everyone's like,
No one wants to say no to this man, but I feel like we
Yeah.
have to.
he has a sword, he's 8 feet tall, you can't say no to him.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. I hope he pays me like actually.
Yes, sir, flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless.
But there were only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that of which is shown in this photographic print.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but that does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book?
I wonder, what became of that 4th book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at the Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Oh, we can look at it.
Oh yes! You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel.
My pleasure, my lord.
You're just submitting evidence, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Really not necessary. Okay, thank you. It's just
Bling
like
blong.
giving me a bunch of shit.
The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Oh, yes! Pat! Marry me, Pat!
We did. We just did.
We're married. So, perhaps the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is it the decision you have to make all too apparent already?
Woo!
You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious situation.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now?
We can look at the book
yes,
first.
Yes.
Because maybe there's something to object with.
Yes, the book. Fuck. No, can't find anything. Ah! Okay.
Let me see. It's a book titled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. Any English literature. Aren't you a student? Anyway. So, it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. Oh,
hi, Raiders.
Eyes! Oh my god! Hello! Watch these nuts. I can't believe you've done this. Thank you!
Welcome, Raiders.
I can't believe you've done this. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good time. Were you streaming Ace Attorney as well? I don't know if you did, but I hope you had a good time either way. Thank you so much, guys. Love you. Mama. Alright.
Mama.
On Saturday, alright, y'all, if you like the Great Ace Attorney, go watch Iz's stream too on Saturday. Mama!
Oh, I hope they, if you've already started it, that's great, but if you haven't, then don't get any spoilers from here.
Oh, I think Iz is more than us. You were in case
good.
5, weren't you, I think?
Oh, good, okay,
I think
okay,
the last
good.
time I saw it was case 5. Hopefully. If not, get away. Go!
Get away!
No, just kidding.
Leave
Leave right now! I banish you! Alright. Yes, we're on case 4 right now. We're talking about, furry, I don't know. Furry fanfic. The Lion's Pride. That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before. And very recently, too.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright, that's it. Whoa, look at this! Whoa! Crazy!
Oh,
Crazy.
So it is there, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the I was gonna say later, but it says latter. Alright. Especially, I mean, they both say the same thing. Especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book. Recently damaged by fire. It's like thinking emoji.
Yeah.
Why did that seem to raise a red flag with me? Alright.
Oh,
Now we can raise an objection because we have this.
I think so, yeah.
Right? Yeah. Hiiragi. I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend, it's over.
Oh.
That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed.
Just one more.
The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say. Miss Suzato, help me!
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks.
Legit! She's like,
Yes,
no
she actually. It seems he asked for no pickles. It seems somewhat boring.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Suzato! You calling this man boorish? Okay, anyway.
It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
I feel like if anyone, Susato will be able to take him down. Like,
Yeah.
physically.
I want to see them fight.
I just, yeah, that's just what I want in life, is just to see Susato just, like, freaking, just pummel him. Fucking Lord Man.
Cut over to Van Zeeks holding back his tears.
Push me down the stairs.
No.
My shoes fell off. Alright.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Do you both like Soseki? I love Soseki!
He's so
He's
good.
so cute. I absolutely love him. We love him. In this
He
house
has
we
the best
stand.
character animations.
Yeah, he's so funny. In this house we stand Soseki. I love him.
We protect him.
Yeah, we protect him. Ooh. Yeah, we freaking love him. Anyway.
Oh, the sexism.
Oh, it's so cool of you.
Misogyny.
How dare you? I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. So fuck
He
you,
really
man.
said no misogyny.
No misogyny.
Damn. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
Aww. I got you.
Oh, hello, Raiders.
Oh,
We would
hello.
go- Hi.
Whoa, so many today. Thank you. Igiyari. Igiyari da. I hope you had a good stream. I'm guessing you streamed also Great Ace Attorney. I hope it was later than this, because otherwise, spoiler alert. We're in case 4 investigation. I mean, no, case 4 trial. Thank you so much. Lena! I hope you had a good time. Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, okay. Sorry, I had to tune in. One of this land's greatest guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Oh, thank you.
Aww.
The court will say no to that. Misogyny. Alright. Go ahead, Mrs. Sato, please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us?
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
me too.
Manzix. Oh, jeez. Oh, it was so funny. I did not play a stream. I had a Japanese only stream. Yes. Very cultured game, I would say. Did you win? Did you point? Did you point? Alright.
Did you get the most important role?
Yeah.
You sure did?
Yeah,
Good.
hell yeah. So happy for you.
What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
I love these so much.
It's because we're all surprised, like genuinely by it. So we're like,
Yeah.
oh.
What is her voice?
Yeah, right? It's tuning.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. I like just
Defensive
click
proof.
away from the window.
Oh, whoops.
The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in the moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain the crucial piece of evidence is and why.
No, it's okay. I got this.
So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
We got this. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Miss Sato. This is it. Sasato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. No,
He looks so pissed. Whoa.
He is arm spreading. Very
His
well.
arms spread.
The defense may present one further piece of evidence.
Just one evidence.
Just once. One. You get one. Profound insight into this case has hitherto been overlooked. Alright, dude.
The book?
The book. The back cover is badly burned. Quiet! The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of this crime. That's not what I put in, but whatever. Yeah, The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. Are you guys blind? What's happening?
He's so pissed, God.
So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track.
This game is really trying to get you to look at the book. It's very like, look at the book.
Look at the book. Have you done it yet? Have you done it yet? It's like, dude,
Yeah.
Oh my god, I already did. Yes, I think you may be right. I think I have to look at the book. It's like, fucking god. So, counsel, have you looked at the book? Precisely, where is the vital clue to this case? Precisely, where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals? On the back specifically.
This game's really trying. It's...
Oh my god.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
okay,
okay,
good.
cool. There. Kokoda! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. Delicious. So we have... We both have the same thought. So we both have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is exactly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Oh! Snack!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
Oh.
Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? The shop, the shop sold it. The owner. I think it's owner, right?
I think it's owner too, yeah.
The owner.
The honor.
My lord, the burn on the back of the book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to.
Boy.
The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously his.
Dying noises.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Nice.
Good gracious, how can you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable
Nope. Cutting.
But do remember...
Oh.
What?
Sorry, the Discord cutting out again. It's that time
Oh,
of
no.
the day.
Oh, yes.
Fucking-
3 hours into stream, the same time every day. Do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Isn't that illegal?
Burn you at the stake.
Yeah, seriously. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So, tell the court, who do you claim? Oh shit. Who do you claim is the owner of this burned book? It's Iris Wilson!
They said it in like the judge's voice.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit.
Oh shit! Oh shit, man! So, yeah, Jean Gardeb.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes. Could I?
Nice.
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house of where the defendant has his lodgings. Oh Jesus. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gardeb. Also, like, there's like a 2 extra turns there. Just for
Yeah.
dramatic effect.
So fancy.
Yeah.
Oh, look
Oh.
how hurt he is. Look at his little claw hand. The landlords?
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Gardeb herself.
Oh my goodness, me? I think you may be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mrs. Gardeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you'd just drop the pretense. Ugh. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gardeb's house?
I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
If you're the maid, you would know.
Yeah. This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you'd say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
No.
I think not.
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gardeb's house. Good lord, man. What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord.
Oh, there's music.
Then that's how you know shit's going down. Oh god, fucking what is his voice?
He was like extra old, like he was so old when you
Extra
chose
old?
him. Yeah.
Wait. I'm afraid, yes, I'm afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know.
Yeah, that's perfect.
The whole place filled with smoke. Could see a belly thing. It didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The fire to spread, of course. The ballet furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, the book called The Lion's Pride. It's my furry fanfiction, you see.
I wrote it.
I wrote it myself.
There's only one copy.
Oh, Jesus
good.
Christ, that's so scary!
Oh, God!
My God!
I am scared and horny?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, it's kind of hot.
Yeah, but also I'm kind of scared.
Oh my God.
Van Zieg. Scorny! I'm scorny!
Scorny!
That's me right now. The Lion's Pride. I've read it before.
What a fine piece of literature. Sorry, I was drinking. Hold on. By Jove, my friend Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh, dear me.
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Gerardeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Gerardeb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can't you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Uh-huh. What's happening? Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of him, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. And then the wife started hurling things at me. It was some shit. There was I backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Oh, that's why it was in, like, bolded. 'Cause it was like,
oh.
It was like, oh shit, man. It was, she was throwing shit at me. I don't know. Oh yeah, thank you for the bits. Mona, ooh.
Mona Ulu. Sneaking away. Have a good rest of your day, Mona.
Thank you. The man had his back against, oh fuck, wait, there's a different voice. The man had his back against the window. I'm not that old, apparently. Even though I look exactly as old. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. That's crazy, man. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? Yes, it's an Ace Attorney game. Welcome.
Wow, I kind of didn't figure that out myself.
Yeah, actually, like that was. I didn't think of it like the first, like when we were there. Like I didn't think of it, but now it's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
I was waiting for the game to tell me how that bug got there.
Yeah.
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. And there is no report of the Gerardeb's window pane being broken.
What if it was just open?
Yeah.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gerardeb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and...
Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gerardeb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. I mean, like, that's... how else? Oh, that's quite enough.
Oh, it must be Mrs. Gerardeb. Yeah.
That's quite enough. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I am merely posing as a maid for the appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense? Oh shit! I should box your ears! That's what I should do! It's utterly unforgivable!
Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this nipper shouting out his fancy foreign theories? But, think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a little mustache, and he ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes! What did I tell you?
Makes sense to me. No, sorry. What's that?
I knew he was just gonna be like, oh, what? Oh, whoops.
Naughty?
Whoa, naughty. Whoa. It would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. Oh, whoopsies. What is your position? The judge says, whoopsie doopsie. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks?
I'm drinking. I'm going to take a drink break. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No! Wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been. Oh, the foot's out.
It's here.
Foot's out for the lads.
If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time.
What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? He is not sorry this time, my guy.
Ye old foot.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear. Oh fuck.
What? You didn't hear any of it.
He's like, oh, well, everyone is saying it.
Oh, jeez.
So cool. Alright, we have to do another one of these. Thank you for that unambiguous response. It's twice now! Ah! I'm going crazy! It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Ugh. Miss Susato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting we had to do another one?
Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
I can't believe this. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to an summation exam. Six is like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, he is. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. That's a very close face. Please calm
we're
down.
so close to
oh my
him.
god. Oh! This is where
First
it's...
half of trial is done.
Whoa! First half, my guy! Oh my god, put on your boyfriend's headband. Oh, I would love to see him put it
No.
on. Also, that would be very sad.
It'd be the ultimate Kazmaing yourself.
Oh yeah, like just the whole time it's on your head, you're like... Alright, oh shit, sorry. Oh, damn it.
Whoa. That's okay, we can just stop at the...
Well, yeah,
there we go.
cool.
I'll pause right here.
Yay. Okay, we're gonna take a break, you guys. As a little, it's just a break. Yeah, just a break. I don't know.
Yeah, we're back in like 5-ish minutes.
Yeah.
I have to feed the cat. My little baby.
Yeah, I have to check on. We both have for children to check up on. So,
We do, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll be right back. I guess, is there no BGM right now? I guess
Yes,
not.
it's silent.
Okay, so I'll put my own BGM, but yes, everyone gets hydrated. Do whatever you need to do. Do a little tinkle. I don't know.
A little
A little tinkle. But yeah, we'll be right back, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice pizza noises.
Thank you. My cat. I went to get down to get a snack. I went to the kitchen to get a snack, and my cat was like, "Where were you?" So upset.
My cat is also right now sitting on top of my desk. Sometimes the camera will track his tail instead of my face, and so my model might look funny everywhere.
Wait, I see it. Yeah.
Like just now.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Why did he track his tail? Hi.
Oh my gosh, baby.
My cat is right now.
I'm so glad.
Oh my god, please don't bump the mic.
All of our children are here.
Yeah, how are you guys doing today with our... Okay, let me take out the video. Oh, you're just gonna sit there? You wanna sit there? Okay, that's fine. I can't pet you, you're very far away. He's sitting on my bed, but it's far, I can't reach. I can't pet you from here. Oh, baby.
Oh, I can hear some jingling.
Okay. Alright, now he's biting my foot. Alright.
Thanks, model.
So cool of you. You're so cute. You're so cute. Yes, I know you are. I know you are, baby, but I have things to do. I have to prove a man innocent in court. Yeah. Yeah, who's the innocent? Who's the weirdo boy? Weirdo boy. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so I have a pizza, so please forgive me for random eating noises as you can just his lines and probably, are too short and I'm just like, oh. Oh my god, you have a melon!
I have a melon emote, yes.
Oh my god! Hold on. Here's my model. Here's my model one.
Oh shit, yeah!
Yeah! We love
Go
them!
on, cat emotes.
We love cat emotes. Alright. Wait. My cat wants out. Okay, real quick.
Nice.
Okay. Alright, trial is in session. We have replenished drinks and we have pizza.
We have touched the cats.
Yeah. Only for pizza only for the defense because Van Zeeks is too stubborn.
Yes, it's wine time, baby, all the time.
One time, baby. All right. I've considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I now have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I can't believe you're doing this. So much. So much time. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. It's bullshit, I tell you. The accuser left behind evidence at the crime, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime, to this crime if the window is closed, can it? Tally-ho.
Tally-ho.
Oh, fuck.
Jamie, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while. It gave me the sneezes.
What?
He's so lovely.
Yeah, the jury theme is also really good. Just everything in this OST, like collection. I kind of wish I got like if they had like a limited edition, you know, with like an OST.
That would be so nice to own, yeah.
It'd be so cool, but no, we don't get anything. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. Except for the last one, I don't know. With one notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it could be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible? Sorry, I'm eating pizza.
Tangible.
What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? These 2 details are all you need to provide.
Sorry, I'm eating pizza. I can't believe it. I can't believe this.
Look, if he can have wine in the courtroom, then have some pizza.
Yeah, like, come on. Like, not only do you have wine in the courtroom, you're constantly throwing it about.
Yeah.
It's like I'm at least not throwing my pizza around.
The defense would like to flex their right to also eat food in the courtroom.
The defense would like to flex. Alright.
Period.
That is all.
Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial lands.
No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the examination. Examination. Help! I can't read. English is not my first language. Alright, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now for the second time. 2 times! Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say Mrs. Garadeb?
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Okay. Using every technique I've learned from my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Alright, dude, I'm not that dumb.
Wow, advanced jury techniques.
I'm here now. They're in the background. He's falling asleep. Standing up, as you do. Left hand is there's 3 books. Or some novel or alternative explanation of how the victim was stabbed. I might reconsider. Even if the woman is throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window is closed, can it? Okay. These two never in the same page.
Yeah.
I kind of want to talk to her.
Yeah, sure.
Cause she's like, what if, you know? So she's like, she's up in the air a little bit. The other two are like, oh, nowhere. So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion.
There's so many people.
Yeah.
Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
Okay. That's great.
Nice.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place?
That's one way to look at it.
Oh, she's so cute.
Oh, I like
You
her.
see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
I like her, I say, as she was like racist 2 seconds ago.
Her philosophy is just like, it's too hard to think. We don't have to think.
Yeah, just don't. Her philosophy is y'all think.
Y'all think, yeah. Y'all thinking around here?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by an overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
She's like the ye old Karen.
The year old.
Like if she was alive in this day and age, she'd be like, oh my god, he's totally guilty. Look at him, he's so like suspicious. I'm totally serious. He's so suspicious. Like, why won't you believe me? I don't know. That's exactly what she would be. But you know,
Ye old Karen.
ye old Karen. Overwhelmingly. I'm overwhelmed.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
Yeah, it's this new trend called not being racist.
Have you heard of it? It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool, actually. Maybe you should check it out. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best to not disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Yeah, we get it. My god, right. I'm glad you omitted rational there. Nice.
Nice. Good writing.
Even if the woman is throwing books, it can't be related if the window is closed. Okay. I wanna... What if it wasn't? But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow. Prosecutor fell! Oh no! Someone help him.
Oh no! He's 8 feet tall. He's very hard to help.
The harder you fall or some shit. I don't know. The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. Whoops. So no, that window wasn't open, as Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you didn't but you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. How would you know you're not there? Then what was the point of even having windows? Huh? How about that?
Yeah, take this.
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. It's like, he's like, what's the point of having windows? Or what's the point of having legs? It's just like, Jesus, what's happening?
Aww.
Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable possibility that the windows was open. Because this young man is not gonna budge otherwise. Okay.
It's only a little book.
Let's just go through everyone. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
Huh.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it.
Oh shit, that's the other one.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love, isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garadub. This guy on the right is taking a beating.
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more.
Jovial. Sure.
Jovial, I see. Oh, Jesus.
And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
I hate it here. Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5?
No.
He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garadub's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Oh, so cool.
I don't know about that.
Don't know about that one,
But
Chief.
we'll press him.
Yeah, let's talk to him. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
This whole case is about domestic abuse.
Yeah, it really is. It's just everyone's not having a great time with the marriage.
Yeah, it's like boomer marriage.
Boomer marriage.
The case. You heard me. My missus ain't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce. Believe you me.
Believe you me.
Believe you me. It's abuse, the case.
Yeah, another shining example of marital bliss then.
Yeah,
So glad
it's
I'm
about
not married.
This is the anti-marriage
Yeah, I'm
case.
so glad I'm not hetero. Alright. Alright.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, what?
Oh? Oh?
Did you know? It's funny, but I can't quite remember.
Please remember. Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mrs. Otto. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Yeah, it's probably someone else's testimony.
Yeah, we'll just keep pressing everyone then.
Ooh, okay. I think the only other, because I don't want to go through it and then do that like whole.
Yes, you're right. So
First.
let's press the first guy.
You.
Yeah. Man.
But as we know now, there were 4 books, not 3. Can you count, man? Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, we're at the point. Shit. At the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord's fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. The only two people in Britain, apparently. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. I'm not smart today, brain empty. Alright. And now we're gonna go talk to Mr. Man, our favorite.
Best man.
Mustache stabbed the lady. So many people with mustaches, though.
Mr. Santa too.
No thoughts, mustache empty. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Does that? Start yelling. Could you... Sorry. Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top. It did. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. What a sight to behold it was. And a fire hazard.
You put... Wait...
Oh, culture shock.
That was like... I was like, that was not the Tsukome I was waiting for.
Me too.
But I guess that's what we're going with.
That works.
You put candles on a cake? What? Was it some kind of devil worship? Was it a cult? Holy shit.
Oh my gosh, this is so cute. Of course not, it was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered up all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. Are you sure it's not devil worship? Did you not summon did you not summon Lord Van Zinks right then and there?
Lord Van Zinks! That's why he's here right now.
That's why he's here in this case.
2 days ago. He got summoned back by this little man.
Oh my god, I can't believe you've done this to all of us. Old man. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? But how did you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was! The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flame.
This man.
And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course. Oh! It opened the windows!
We had to open the windows!
Shit! I scared my cat. We got too passionate about this. Ooh, we had to open up all the windows to clear it.
Melon's like, oh!
Yeah, he's like, what?
What windows? The windows.
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. It's just...
I love this.
Oh my god, I just think like, I don't know, like it's his birthday and they're just like, oh yeah, like happy birthday, we got you a cake, and but it's like in Britain, right? So they put candles and he's like, ah, not this!
Yeah. No! Get that thing away from me!
Get that thing away from me! You're going to summon someone I don't want to see right now.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you talking about?
It's post-game, so Van Zeeks are buddies with him and he's like hiding behind
Yeah, he's like,
door.
I'm like, you're gonna summon Van Zeeks. He's like, I'm right here.
Yeah, he's got a present in his hand.
Aww. Oh my god, Van Zeeks is the fucking present.
And he's like sad about it. He's like, oh.
It's like, it's
I
like
see how it
wine.
is. Yeah.
It's the same one. He's like, I thought you wanted a taste of it. I don't know. Anyway. I just want them to be buddy buddies by the end of this.
Me too. I want them to be friends.
I just want them to be best buds.
Best
But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Yeah, it's because, oh well.
Oh shit.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the streets. As well as how he or she could have done it.
Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments in the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
So, like, the thing we've been doing this whole time, yes. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradiction between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Okay, thanks! Alright, I'll see what I can do, thanks. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit.
Okay, the accusant.
Great. Oh, we can pit them now. We can pit
Yes.
boy.
This one.
Yeah.
Yes. This and this. Yes.
Yeah.
Fight! The two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me. I told you it wasn't me.
What's that you say? Speak up, lads. Speak up.
Juror number 3. Do you see? Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? The devil worship. It seems
The devil worship.
That's not the right point. It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room is filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Fuck.
Oh.
Exactly. I'm walking around now. Well, the day in question at the
Power
time... in my power walk. On the day in question at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place was filled with smoke. Oh!
Oh!
Oh,
she's
goodness.
aggressively conceived.
Oh my
man.
heart!
Say?
Should we just pursue it, or should we
Yeah, I
continue?
think we can pursue her.
Okay. Pursue. Toto!
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that?
I'm so thirsty. Oh, I'm so thirsty.
Mrs. Garadeb!
Oh, dearie me. What's the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. Also, you're probably gonna get, like, jailed for perjury?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, what was that intonation? Did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room might have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if he did?
Uh...
Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Oh, good advice. Thanks.
Of course, I should have realized, even if people are dying, including your husband.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement.
Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I go, ooh, whoopsies.
The window was open, I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. The ring could have been opened by the wind, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. What?
Oh, we haven't. Have we pressed the construction guy yet?
No, I don't think so.
I don't. Oh wait, no, we did. We pressed him, and then he talked about his.
His
domestic
wife.
abuse.
Yes, his domestic abuse.
Oh, we needed to find something to jog his memory.
Right. Okay. Yeah. He's like, I'm not sure. Novel alternative explanation how the victim is stabbed. I might reconsider. We don't have that yet. The external.
We can press the Mrs. Garadev again because her statement's new now.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it's been updated.
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book, The Lion's Pride, is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadev told us he had been reading. I can't read.
Oh shit. Well, I couldn't really say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband, the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did.
The fuck, man?
It was the first thing I could lay my eyes on, so I heard it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? You're making my life so much harder.
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know.
I don't, actually. I really don't.
I've never participated in abuse.
Yeah, I don't have compulsive anger.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the—
Oh! He did it!
It
Much less the
jogged his
title.
memory.
Oh, maybe like he got a book thrown at him at some point.
He's having PTSD.
Oh no! Yeah, look at his eyes. He's like, oh.
I remember having things thrown at me.
Oh.
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I've remembered what it was. The memory I'd blocked out.
My PTSD.
Oh.
Ah.
I was listening to this. Granny. Oh my gosh, she's not gonna like that.
No, she's not.
I gotta hold on. I gotta open the door for my cat. He's also leaving.
We always do this. We always have to do this. Lovely. What being cat owners is like.
Oh my god, my camera. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Just some glitchy uke.
Okay. I was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
Oh, you're calling the granny, you cheeky devil. I'm Mrs. Garadev, or the maid. I'll have you know, pick one. Not me.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. Yeah, please.
Yes,
oh god, I don't want to think about it.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for your loss.
used to abuse.
For your loss? Your own loss.
For your loss. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home from work after work, like.
It's like it was the summer of 1985.
Yeah.
So PTSD, like it's so sad. Alright.
I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died.
Oh my god.
There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Boy.
Boy. The wife was cutting up some chicken.
Oh no! Oh no!
I don't like where this is going. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's earnings or wages, love.
Love.
Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. Oh, Jesus. I love the spooky music.
No words, just terror. I'm pretty sure this is like the same music that like in the the beginning when Wilson, not Watson, Wilson was talking about like, oh, the tales of me and Sherlock Holmes. Like, I'm pretty sure it's the same music, but anyway, terrifying.
I could smell it then, that god-awful stench of the times. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is, when women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that. Although you're not a great example either, miss. I throw people upside down.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
Using a bow! What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words.
No, never mind.
Could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare.
If I dare.
Women in the rage will hurl almost anything at you. A kitchen knife really brought that home to me. Whoops. The window could have been opened when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. There was somewhat novel alternative about how the victim was stabbed. Oh! He said something about knife.
Oh.
I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe because that's like a similarity. So I think
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it's worth a try.
Yeah. Yes.
We have 5 lives. We still have all our
We
lives.
have 5 lives. Those 2 statements clearly have a deep, significant connection. Well, at least he didn't say contradiction.
Yeah.
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? What the fuck, man? Explain, counsel, at once! What are we doing
This
here?
is a good sign. This is a good sign.
Yeah. Juror number 2. Do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel or alternative?
Oh my! Whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in... Wrong intonation. Whatever. Originated in Mr. Gyarados' room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it is equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Gyarados household to the street below. Are we about to like indict Mrs. Gyarados of accidental murder or
I think we're about
almost
to
murder?
postulate the possibility that she threw a knife so hard and so far out the window that it stabbed a passerby.
Whoops. That is the biggest
oops of the
I
century.
was gonna literally exactly the same thing. The biggest oopsie poopsie of the century.
Whoopsie poopsie.
Oh, oopsie poopsie. It's like, alright, off to the gallows with you. Jeez. Alright. Yeah. Man.
Hey, what's that now?
After all, Mrs. Gyarados could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
Who are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
What is that?
Beanpole?
What? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of the book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Galach. As a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us. Oh fuck, that's a different voice. Okay. You give us this yard about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What is it?
Knife?
A knife?
A knife?
No! I'm taking a big gamble here. That was
Oh, Zalpo, thank you for the hydrate redeem.
Oh, thank you. I will hydrate real quick. Okay. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least I'm nervous. At the very least, this warrants further investigation. All right, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. Oh fuck. My badges came up. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was...
The knife!
The knife! Oh wait, we haven't looked at this. Oh my god, we haven't looked at this
yeah.
at all!
Let's look at it. Maybe we can open it. Oi, oh,
I think it's just the blade, huh? Yeah, it's just
I
the
think
blade.
so. There's nothing interesting on it otherwise.
Yeah, it's very nondescript.
Whoa.
Oh, it's blunt!
Oh, the tip is gone.
Oh!
Nani? No.
What? We don't want to talk about it?
Oh my gosh. That was sorry. That was really funny. We were both like, "Oh, it's blood," and then just.
It's just in universe. Like he's like, oh okay, let's pull it out and see what happens. Maybe there's blood or something. And it's like he opens it, hits blood. He's just like, let's put it back.
Yeah, he's like, oh,
Let's
cool.
let's
okay.
continue. Nothing
Fine.
significant here. I think I'm probably have to.
We can try it again, but we can like.
I think
point at
it's
the
because
tip.
I pointed here, so maybe it's different
Yeah.
here.
Watch this close again.
Okay,
Oh,
thank
never
God.
mind.
So
If you're close again, I would lose my
I
mind.
know, it's so fucking funny.
Oh, oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip.
just
Just
the
the tip.
Yes! Oh my god, exactly the same brain cell happening right now. Oh god.
A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Just the tip. Sounds familiar. You're right. Very well spotted, Mrs. Sato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh gosh, it's a gnarly thought.
Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
Well, that's all we had to say about that.
Okay,
It's cool.
close it back up.
Yeah. Yeah, let's close it back up before we put it back. There we go. There we
You
go.
still got the tip in? No.
No, just the tip. Oh, the other object that was found its way in the Garrideb household to scene of the crime. Well, fucking the book? There's nothing else.
The book was one of them. But wait.
I think it's a book. There's nothing else.
I think they've already talked about the book though. I think they're talking
Yeah.
about like what else could be there.
No.
It's so deep. It's lodged so deeply in their back.
Oh no. But like we don't know who this belongs to, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's why we're postulating this like.
Oh wait, did he say it was a
Thing.
theory? So it could be like we're
'cause they said
theorizing.
this is a gamble. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, so let's do that. But I
I think.
Juror number 4, Miss Garrideb.
What now?
Every time I do her voice, I like surprise myself with the pitch because it like hurts my own ears.
Oh,
So
no.
I don't know how it is for you guys, but I'm sorry if it does. Because it always comes out like way higher than I than expected to. Like the decibels.
What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. Am I gonna like pull out the knife to her?
The jackknife, yeah, just be like, is this yours? Oh yeah, there you go.
This knife. Have we ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel! What on earth are you doing? Stop pointing that at people. That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. He's
Oh, he's standing up so straight.
Look at his posture. He does not need that unshrimp redeem. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Gerardeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Gerardeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. Sorry, I'm fucking burping like crazy over here. Too much tea. Tea burps. A window that has been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that? The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land literally in her hand? Crazy man.
Huh, even my missus hasn't got an aim like that.
I don't know, you shouldn't be proud of that. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
No.
Mrs. Gerardeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Well, she's gonna say no because you're saying, like, it killed her.
Yeah, the judge already ruined it.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh,
Oh no.
I'm dead.
Oh no.
Oh, she's dead. We killed a man. We killed a woman. My lord. My lord.
Oh no.
Oh.
I wish to change my decision.
Oh, she's trembling?
Ooh,
I'm
I'm
a
so
woman
mad.
of my word, after all.
Thank you, madame. Yes, I agree. I certainly did see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman.
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy with this at the moment either. So wishy-washy, everyone. All together now, ladies and gentlemen. Like, the fucking old man didn't say anything.
Yeah. He just said, oh, look at it, he looks so sad.
Oh, he's still thinking about it.
He's ruminating.
Yeah, he's ruminating. We did it.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Oh, 2. Who's still saying guilty? Accordingly,
It must be Mrs. Garrett.
oh yeah, because he's passed the fuck out.
Yeah.
Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Hell yeah! Look at my back. Oh, is this another to be continued?
Oh?
Just kidding. I'm just walking back to my. Just walking back to the defense bench. And that's just all that was. Okay. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Wait! I'm so sorry. Oh, I didn't say. Oh.
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Glug, glug. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Whoa! But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter.
Okay.
Nice wine metaphor.
Yeah, I have no idea what that means, but alright, cool. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? 45 degrees.
It should already be more than apparent that crime scene in the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
That still doesn't help me. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen recently noted, having portentous significance.
Discord is dying slowly.
Oh no,
Yeah.
Discord.
Discord, please. Just a little bit more.
The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, this smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the traveled some 15 yards to land in the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb.
She could have picked it up, dude. Like, it doesn't have to specifically be like, oh, it landed in her hand. Like,
Yeah. What if she bent down to like pick it up and
yeah,
then was
it's like there's a
stabbed?
freaking book like got hurled from a freaking window. She'd be like, oh, what the hell was that, right? And then I don't know, yeah, like as someone said, like what if they bent, like she bent to pick it up and then she got stabbed. It'd be so funny though. I mean, sad but funny.
Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plumb the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
Ah! Ow. There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
I
Where I
mean,
thought the sentence was going.
yeah, not. It's like a weird observation she just made, but I mean, not gonna lie, he's got that sexy voice, you know. He's just not gonna say that I don't hate it. All right.
No,
I mean, I mean that's the wrong thing. Okay, whatever. What? Mr. Sato?
It's not the right time to thirst.
Yeah.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Oh, that's why you're mad?
Oh, she's offended because she
I'm
likes she's a
cheesed.
Herlock fan. Susato's debating which bow to use.
Yeah. Maybe let's pick our battles here. Oh, hi.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy. But what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end...
Oh,
Oh,
what she said?
Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Ooh,
Wow.
spicy! Sasato's
Wow.
not fucking around.
Oh,
It's alive! Oh. A cross-examination of a juror? I mean, you...
Unheard of.
Oh, crazy. Oh my god, I just realized. Their scarves are connected to each other.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they are. I thought they were two separate ones.
Yeah, I thought they were just had like matching scarves, but they were connected.
Yeah, that me too.
Order! Order! Well, this is highly irregular. This is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand, but I mean, clearly you can see that she's freaking like involved very much in this case.
Yeah.
Shouldn't even be a juror. Alright. Oh well, there goes.
rewind.
Second casualty of this trial.
Casualty. And unnecessary.
No advances.
Oh, there are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
I was wondering when we would come back to them because they've been standing
Yeah.
there for like 3 hours doing nothing.
We're not really done yet.
What say you, witnesses? I've already forgotten.
Oh. Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir. Oh. Well. Good morning, officer.
Good morning! It's like fucking. It's like 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Oh my god. Also, I like the fact that like every time someone just goes the dot exclamation point, it's just that same whoo! So,
Yeah. Oh,
no matter who it is.
regardless of who it is, it's always the like.
Whoo!
Sorry for dozing until now, sir.
6 p.m. is when I usually wake up.
I haven't slept for a month. Oh, Jesus.
Jesus!
On account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
A villain?
Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
Oh. Patricia, my dear darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero!
Oh fuck, the wrong one.
Oh, Rolly, my hero! You make me swoon!
Very well. Weird. I hereby reject the defense's what? I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh yeah, no, we asked for the other wife.
Oh, yeah, the other one.
We get to hear this wife.
So many wives in this case.
So many wives. I mean, this is all about domestic abuse, remember? So,
Oh, yeah.
many wives. Hereby-
Abuse
yeah,
the movie.
Abuse the movie.
Oh,
Man, this music.
The clown music.
Making me feel stupid. And order the witnesses in this stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good night. Constable Beats report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir? The windows on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top hinged casements.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch for help, but my not rusty. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean that. My trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment. Oh, sir. There's nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Okay. Rusty trolley. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows. I don't fucking know what that means. Can someone tell me?
That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Oh, he's doing the...
Ooh, he's the PM with the two.
Yeah, the peon face. Oh yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins, with the drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir.
A little happy about that one. Sorry, but Japanese here. What the fuck are you talking about? What exactly is a top hinged casement window?
Nice. And you.
What?
You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course. Sorry. Oh.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room.
Alright, I'll try. Flashback.
Woo!
Oh. So the windows open in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
That's how windows work. Oh.
Oh. But as it's a top hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
Interesting.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain point.
It prevents it from opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to be thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No.
You see the problem then. Good. Your education in Windows is complete. Congratulations on your PhD in Windows. There was never any possibility of either the book nor the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
I can't believe I'm being schooled on Windows.
Schooled!
That can't be!
It's a good screenshot to take of just him going like, beep!
Me! Oh my god, that is so funny! Oh, I wish I had the hindsight.
The insight?
Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. What a lovely sight. I love it here. So cool.
Oh yes, my darling. I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
This is not a romantic.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
What the fuck did he do? I hate it here. Oh, Straits. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet. And already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, unshrimp yourself. The court awaits your cross-examination. Okay. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. I hate being in an Ace Attorney game. Alright. Uh-huh. What's he to do?
Oh,
What?
I know, I just like forgot that they gave a testimony because the conversation that happened
so long.
afterwards was so long. Yeah. I was like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it's, what the fuck? It's like, yes, you begin your thing, and you're like, but what, huh? The window is in the top floor. Yeah, huh? Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty lord, wasn't he like asleep, like face first on the floor? On the pavement?
He was. She said this herself.
Literally said so.
No, you died.
You died. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Yeah, you didn't take off your eye of like that 1 centimeter of pavement that your eyes were glued onto.
Yeah. You passed the fuck out, man.
Yeah.
Don't lie.
Okay, let me see if there's anything we could do here. Okay, let me see. Well, I don't need the fucking magnifying glass. Get this shit out of here. No. Okay. Okay, let me just go back. And then leave the scene, go fetch for help. My trusty Willie, yep. I feel like this is definitely. I feel like this is a press one. There's really, I don't think there's anything we can present here. Okay, let's just start from the beginning here. Nothing to do. Yep. What the? How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer is this.
You just give it to me. Just give it to me so I can look at it.
Yeah. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. What the fuck, dude? It's. I know it's been like a few hours, but like it. It's like I checked out 5 minutes ago. Alright.
Oh no, he's falling asleep again. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man, it's what the job's all about. That's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for this word.
My long-suffering wife?
Yeah.
What? Okay.
While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Aww, oh Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Uh-huh. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
I'm like, what if he's just like, it's because they're married just like us?
All marriages are loving and absolutely not abusive.
Uh-huh. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
The fucking what? What are you, a Danganronpa filler? Yes.
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
Okay, I think this is gonna be of some significance later. I think he keeps bringing up the fucking book, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be added to court records for sure.
Yeah.
At one point. Give it to us.
Yeah, give. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. Yay!
Give!
But I warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try. Thanks, man. Okay, let's look at that. This is definitely pertinent. Okay. Principles of policing. Number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any metropolitan police regulations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Huh? Okay. Okay, I guess that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, shed
Maybe
a few
it'll come into
tears.
play later.
A few tears. I think they're more like tears of boredom. Anyway. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's just continue. And maybe we'll figure something
Yeah, we
out.
just press all of them. Yeah.
This Windows thing is bullshit. By which you mean they don't open fully? Is that correct? I think it's so funny. Like, if you imagine being Ryunosuke, like he comes into this new country, right? And he's like, all right, gotta be a lawyer, right? Gotta defend these people, gotta defend my clients and stuff. And he's like, every time he has it's like with the other case too, with the carriage, and it's like how could there be any witnesses if the carriage was closed and there was only like 2 people in there, and they're all just like, are you stupid?
Yeah.
It has 2 floors, dumbass. And now it's like the windows, like the fucking, like she threw the knife out the window, like, cause it was open, we proved it. And it's like the window was top hinged, obviously, dumbass. And now he's like,
Yeah.
what is life?
This is the biggest culture shock in the rudest
So
way.
sad. I feel bad for him. All right. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they're restricted to us as to how much they can open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map.
You really... Okay.
Here is the location where the objects would have fallen.
I don't think we needed that, but alright.
So many people have drawn over this
Yeah.
map at this point.
This map is like a mural. A collaborative effort. Yes, directly opposite to the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. It's in bolded, so make sure not bolded, it's colored. So it's very important. Wait. Would it have been so hard for everybody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Honestly.
Educate me, please.
Yeah, God. Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
Did you hear me say this in orange? What is that? It's just like the way this is like a different accent every time they do it in orange.
When they kept trying to get us to look at the book, when he was like, this book which was pertinent to the case.
Yeah.
Have you looked at it?
It's like, Mr. Naruhodo, have you looked at it? Have you looked at the book? Especially the back. It's like, Alright, how do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Gerardub's house is furnished with? Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. What?
This is like that. Did you see the sprite of him?
Yes.
This is not the reaction I expected, but I guess it's a reaction either way.
Yeah, it's
That's
something
all.
to go off of.
Mm-hmm. Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry?
You look, well, delighted? Is there some particular reason for that? We're talking about someone's almost murder here.
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? This fucking song!
The clown song, the circus song is up again. Great.
What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rory's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Aww. Oh, mama.
Constable beat.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Gerardep household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was cutting it close then.
Oh.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Gerardep household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Gerardep's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
What if they like changed the scene of the crime so that they don't have to deal with it?
Oh shit.
Because they were the first to see.
Yeah, they were.
So they could have just dragged her over.
Damn.
Whoa.
Because they want to go for their anniversary dinner or
Yeah,
whatever.
that's crazy.
That's so rude.
Yeah. Rude. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of the Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate her wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working to the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rooley for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. This is all the same until he's done. He's done.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. What? Okay.
And now it's my turn, I think.
Okay. Let me look at it real quick. The victim remains unconscious. Okay.
I
Payment
think all
of...
it updated was just pavement of Briar Road east side.
Okay. Alright. Okay. If anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Okay. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, grazing.
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 We're so poor, all we can afford to do is eat grass.
The grass was especially green on that side. but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky, looking at our lucky star.
Sorry.
The anime?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can it guide you to answer the question?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have been lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least.
Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife traveled across the sky before you?
They're both done. Both sides of the court are done with this shit.
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
Well, you literally said you can't see because it's the fog. Alright.
Yeah. That's okay.
That certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. I did leave this there. Okay, let's just go through it. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly speed, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way. Only, I got sort of a little lost on the way.
Oh.
Oh, didn't say oh?
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Crazy. Oh, please. End my suffering.
So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time. Fucking dead on the floor. Grazing.
Taking a nap. Grazing.
Making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
Okay. Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment.
Last one.
Okay. I think we're just gonna go with it.
Yeah.
Just got all the information before you get it. Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second.
Oh yeah, this is the one where she was like, he was fucking asleep the whole time.
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garridub's household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were the one at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Ooh, Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Yeah, exactly in the same, okay. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? Can we see from this photographic print? She had a, oh fuck. As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Can we see?
Can we? Just testing.
Well, sir, that book was was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Okay. Oh, hi.
Oh, there it is.
Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Liason?
Yeah, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. With my shoujo eyes. My shoujo manga eyes.
Oh, what? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable.
All right, I didn't
No
say.
one said that.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Yeah.
You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
And the clown music
No
is back.
excuses. I don't want to hear it. You suck. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
You've been speaking the whole time. What's
Yeah.
happening? Yes, Miss Beat. I guess I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire.
Again.
Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. Even the judge is like, I hate it here.
Why is this entire case about like male submission in like straight marriages.
Male wife and girl boss.
Male.
Yeah, this is case 4 is male wife girl boss. That's what it should be called.
Gatekeeping,
Yeah.
gaslight, girl
Gatekeep,
boss.
gaslight, girl boss over here. Alright. That was a very loud mutter.
Yeah. Nice.
I heard that. I'm the girl boss here.
Anyway.
That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wise word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I have my husband's fists. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue, and please put that away.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. Oh,
Hmm.
interesting. Okay. Oh, fuck. This one. Press.
Yeah.
Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and a funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And now I know what I didn't see as well.
Oh.
I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
Oh, very clear. You also
Osho.
you also mentioned the fuck. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made the arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. It's kind of
Oh,
hot
goodness.
though.
Look, he's like,
He gets ever so cross. I like it when he gets mad at me.
Alright. TMI. Alright, ちょっと Am I
Shoto.
Choto Mate. Constable Beat, is there a problem?
No.
Oh.
Ooh. No, sir. No problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that same thing happened that evening, is all.
Oh! you mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? We already talked about this. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
she got a little lost.
She got a
quote
little
unquote.
lost on the night of the incident.
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over for mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease.
What does that mean?
What?
But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet.
What? The bouquet?
Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? What's happening? Just every time
Oh
we
no.
talk
Are we
new-
about to tear a marriage apart
Yeah,
in the
just
courtroom?
like 4 different marriages right now.
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, how romantic. Fuck.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Yes. But that was just between us.
Oh.
No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh, whoopsies?
What was that all about? Constable Beat looks very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks.
But I'm sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Okay. Thanks. Mrs. Beat. according to Mrs. Otto, I have to ask you about the bouquet. This bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like to add details about it into your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Oh no, the guy's losing his mind.
Yeah, he's gonna. But Zeus is also gonna lose his mind.
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
What? We just keep adding shit to this testimony.
Yeah.
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it with a woman with a when we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was a dark spot where the street lights weren't catching any light, so I didn't notice it. I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see? That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
What? In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased.
Oh.
He just ignores it.
Anyway, she's dead to me. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Other side of the road? Your husband, presumably.
That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street.
Oh.
Although, I'm gonna blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Oh,
He must
Mr.
have
Rolly! Rolly
It's
did a
Rolly.
roly-poly on the body!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness gracious, what a bad boy! Alright.
Roly poly caught in 4K.
I need to remember that. That's gonna be the name of this VOD.
The VOD title, Roly poly caught in 4K.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. Oopsies!
Oopsie doopsie.
That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. So romantic.
By bouquet, do you perchance mean this sorry solitary rose?
Did you have that in your pocket?
Yeah.
Why
Wait, why didn't you submit this as evidence?
Okay, one, why did you just have that in your person? Second of all, why is it wrapped like fish and chips?
Fish and chips. Oh.
It's wrapped the same way.
He was planning to hold it in his teeth later. Yeah.
Oh.
Spicy.
Ay caramba. Alright.
Oh! Yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Why do you have to say it every time? Maybe just call it a rose.
Oh, they're so poor.
I thought you were gonna say they're so cute. Oh, they're so poor. Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower? Why did you just have that in your pocket? So weird.
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household.
Ooh, yes.
Oof,
This is
incriminating.
it. In front of the Gyrdeb's house.
although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back, please?
It's police custody problem.
Yeah, it's evidence now, sorry.
Yeah, it's got blood on it. No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
This judge is so cool.
Yeah. I actually like this judge a lot better.
Yeah.
Fuck, what the fuck is the trilogy judge doing? This one's a banger.
This
Alright.
one's a bang.
This one.
This guy fucks.
This guy. I don't want to think about it. Oh goodness.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
I'll kill you. I mean. Oh good grief. Rest assured, I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beach. Okay. Okay, losing my way for a while. Did leave the scene to go fetch help with my trusty ruler was made sure. Okay, wait. Let's look at the rose.
Oh, that's right. Yes, we can take a look at it.
Is there blood?
Oh, it totally is wrapped in like.
It's literally wrapped in fish and chips. Like it's got like the oil on it. Let's look at the rose.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
Oh, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Jesus Christ, this
country
man.
boy.
Yeah, this is such a
I
crunchy
love you.
boy.
Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, not after. Cause. Oh God, jeez, I'm sorry. I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know the 3 types at least. I think he said this before.
The 3 types of flowers?
I think he said something like this before in like another case. Like I only know 3 types of flowers or some shit like that.
Gosh, 3?
Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. I love blossoms.
Perhaps you should consider branching out.
But
Nice. Nice.
Learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example.
Just like they're like taking they're taking an examination of the rose, right? She's just like, you consider branching out, and he's like, haha, good one, and they just like high five from the defense.
Yeah. He puts on some sunglasses, like, hey.
Hey, write that down. That was a good one. And Van Six is like, are you done? Oh,
we can look at this.
or maybe it's something significant here. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's
Sure.
fucking newspaper. What are you talking about?
Of course.
It's just a old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Same newspaper that the fish and chips were put in. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
Ooh.
Ooh,
I see.
is something wrong?
Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Suzoto-san, you do love your cakes. Aww.
Aww. She's
Alright, I don't
cute.
think there's anything
this-
here, but we love the
that's
flavor
cute.
text.
Yeah, I do.
That was really good. Alright.
I'm sure we can present this at something at one point.
Oh, maybe the newspaper? No, I think this is probably just a flower, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's just this being a thing. Where she stood. Okay, so this was found on the opposite side. And
Yeah,
she's
in
saying
front of the Garadeb household.
yes. John Rubuke ended up losing my way for a while. Yes, I think it's this one. This is the only new one. And then we have this. I think I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
Fuck! Damn
What is
it!
the music?
The witness's last statement is clear as out of this piece of evidence.
SMH.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but I think not, bitch. I failed to see the connection. You suck. Oh. And for heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look you are wont to wear? What is the only
Aw.
panic-stricken look I know? I only have one. Okay, so it's not that one. It's definitely the rose, just not that one specifically.
Turn at the window. You see, sir, the... no, okay.
Oh wait, what was the first one?
Nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb.
If anything had been thrown out the window, would have seen it. I did leave the scene and go fetch for help, and my trusty Willie was there to make sure nothing was shut. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and I was losing my way for a while. Didn't take my arm to the crime scene.
Nothing strange to report.
Nothing strange to report. This is strange, buddy.
Yeah,
Roses
why is
don't
the
walk
flower
on
the
their
other-
own. Yeah, I think this is it.
I have a good feeling about this one.
Nice, the music stopped. Here we
Yeah.
go. You claim a constable beat? My brain was like, constable beetle. It's just like the bull at the end. Okay. You claim Constable beat. There is nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What? What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry blossom can be so described,
Alright, calm down. They're poor.
no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belonged. Damn, don't be mean.
Alright, shut up, they're poor. Like, not everyone gets to have wine every 2 seconds. My god.
Mega?
Oh, so
I'll
you're
punch
hurting my
you!
feelings.
I'm gonna punch you!
Alright, calm down. But if that were the case, why did Constable Beetle... Shit. Why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
Ugh.
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor.
But the bouquet belonged to me! It had nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
Ooh, I'm sorry to tell you this, but your husband sucks. No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. Hello? Are you... What? Did something happen?
Hello?
Hold on. Eh? Hello? Ah! Ah! What's happening? What? What's up? My... Eh? Eh? My Discord is still on, but I can't hear Yuka. Eh? I don't know if Yuka can hear me. Yuka! Ah! Ah! Yuka! Oh my god, I can't believe Fanzeek's killed Yukun too! No! Is there nothing he will stop? He will stoop to? What is there nothing he will do to get his verdict? To stop his own voice? No! This is a call for help! on, let me put on the face too. Did it happen? No, it didn't. Oh, fuck. Damn it. My face. Oh, there it is. Okay, hey, welcome back.
Oh, thanks for the warm welcome. I've returned.
Oh my god, I can't believe Van Zeek's just like yeeted you into the atmosphere.
Oh no. Let me go back. Okay, oh, and I gotta uncry. Okay, stop crying. Alright. Okay, I've stopped crying. Great. What are you talking about? I wasn't gone.
Yeah, I just AFK for a while there. Welcome back, think about it. Besides Mr. Beats' bouquet, there's Mr. Garridub's book. Mr. Garridub's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, I moved your ex. It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beats' bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garridub's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
Whoa.
I'm pointing at you.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says? Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garridub's come round.
Oh yeah, she fainted earlier.
She came back,
I
she's
forgot.
like, oh my god, I totally forgot she was on the floor for like 50 minutes.
Oops.
Whoops. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garridub, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, perjury? Oh.
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh yeah, true, that too.
Oh.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before.
Yeah, I literally just asked.
I just learned it.
Just now.
Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Ooh, I'm sorry, man. I think it's Rolly, right?
Yeah, I'm like positive it's him.
Yeah.
It must have him.
Because he was literally left with the body for 15 whole minutes.
Yeah, and he would not, given his situation, he would not have wanted to do any overtime.
Yeah, I think those two things. But yeah, I think this is it. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat. It was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What? Nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no other.
I forgot my accent.
There's no one straight. What? There's no one straighter than my husband. He's not even looked at a man ass for 5 years. No, Bobby.
Okay.
No, Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Miss Beat, no one's asking about his heterosexuality. You said that in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense, all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Dude.
Oh,
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
well.
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing.
Manzies. Alright. Whoa.
You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable Beat has a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Don't know. Counsel, you have very iffy. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, you will be hanged. I'm sure you need to point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Alleged. Yes, my lord. Oh, deep breaths. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell.
Where the victim fell.
Yes. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement at Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? Right there. It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What?
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, look at them.
Oh,
Connections.
Menzies was still in his move.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. I'm getting a headache.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend.
Alright, dude.
Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
There, right here.
Inside Mr. Natsume's house.
Yeah, right here! That means it was his. I mean.
It was the cat.
It was the cat again. Damn it. Every time, bested by the cat.
Every time.
All the time. But that's.
On the opposite side of the road?
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, you're married. Mrs. Beat never moved at all. That's the whole point of this. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious. Well, I guess
Oh,
I also
Point.
just,
you also just?
I also just thought about I guess it's I was the whole time I was like, he can't have moved the entire crime scene. He would have put his prints all over it. And then I realized prints are not a thing here.
Prints are not a thing.
Ye old 1820s, they don't give a shit about prints.
They don't know how to take fingerprints.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, well, I mean, he could have, because I was like, if it's not just the body, right? He put all the books around too.
Yeah.
So I was like, that's a lot of his prints. But
Yeah.
no one would
but you can't
give a
do that
shit.
right now.
Yeah.
Because I remember when they, in the first case, they were like, oh, we don't do autopsies in Japan. We just have a police officer kind of look at the body. and then case closed.
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting for like a game mechanic too, because we have to like think about like, oh, but like the fingerprints didn't exist, or like autopsies were starting to be a
Autopsies.
thing. Autopsies. Yeah. I think it's pretty
Yes. So I was tuning my voice for Venti.
Oh yeah.
Please go.
Yeah. Continue tuning. I was just gonna say, like, I think it's pretty fun, like, setting for this game, because it gives the game more like avenue to be like, oh, you thought it was this, but in fact it was you who didn't think that this was an option, but it was, or something like
Yeah.
that.
You thought.
You thought.
Oh, perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But the witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Byre Road. Oh god, I have an accent now. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Oh god, dude, Rolly's gonna have like a huge character breakdown very soon.
Yeah,
You
I'm
see
so
him this
excited.
whole time? Oh my god, I'm bracing for it.
I was excited for it because I realized we haven't had a lot of like epic breakdowns ever since the first case, and I was like,
Like, no one has actually been convicted of murder at this point.
yeah, Moida.
Moida. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Whoops. I know this is a crucial point, but I can't read. Extraordinary. Ooh. What a doozy. But the constable overlooked one thing.
He's like, shit, man.
Shit, man. So many. What's happening right now? What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Oh, he called it a bouquet. Idiot.
You forgot what you just said. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat?
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly, I love how you're so airheaded. so hot. It's true, isn't it? Isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
Oh, I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night.
What?
Everything come out. Everything exposed.
Oh.
Oh! Oh! Only it seems
Oh.
it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly.
Jeez.
Order. What on earth is the meaning of all this? I'm so confused.
Oh, really? Why? Why would you do something like?
Why are you still happy about this?
Yeah, her sprite's not really reflecting the right
Why
emotion
would you
right
do
now.
something like this? It's so hard of you to
It's so
tamper
sexy
with
of you.
Murder, not murder. What is it? What is like an attack? Like, anyway.
Assault?
Yes, assault. That's the word.
an assault scene. Ooh. Moving a corpse. Is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Ooh.
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. She's not dead.
Not yet.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of the Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman?
We are literally all human, anyway.
Yeah.
Like, and yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who had uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. You suck.
Oh. No.
I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory, not testimony. Don't testify.
He wasn't there.
Whoa, whoops. Still confused. Counsel for are you the defense or the witness? What's happening? The counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. Oh.
Oh.
Ooh. At once, my lord. Ha. Ooh. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motives of the
I feel like it has to be one of these two because they're new, right?
Oh, maybe it's this. I think we didn't do
let's
anything
read
with
it
this one.
again.
Yeah.
No, we haven't done anything with it. Preserve peace. Expect Oak to walk 20 miles.
I think it's the of the beat.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, that's the first thing that you said because you were like, oh, he moved it right outside his beat.
Yeah. So because they were like, oh, like it was so lucky of us that it was right outside his beats or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be this
Pretty
then.
suspicious of you, buddy. All right, this one.
Nice.
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I only have just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the peace. I don't know why I said it like that. Looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that a young Bobby is charged with a great deal of to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our first wedding anniversary.
No.
It's every time. So funny. Constable Beat has worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. Many gutters searched.
Yeah, so many.
So many. And was looking forward to taking her out on a celebratory meal.
When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road.
Why are you finishing my sentences? What? Are we besties?
Whoa!
When is it me?
I don't know.
When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse onto the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot. Being married to a Bobby like me, I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. So you dug your own grave, asshole. Inside,
Oops.
among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha!
Oh, he figured it out.
Constable Beat. Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? I did the thing wrong. Whatever.
Yes.
Oh?
Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh! Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
It was the first time since I become a copper that I'd ever cursed God.
Oh.
This is so heavy. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth.
Oh, sorry. I know this is a very sad time, but thank you for the tip. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Zalpo.
Thank you, Zalpo. I really appreciate it. Sorry, Rolly. Those gutter monies for me now. I'm not calling your money gutter money.
It's gamer dollars.
Yeah, it's gamer dollars. Gamer pennies.
Gamer pennies.
So money. Okay.
This is the next beat. This is the next beat to mine, Pat.
Ooh.
So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street and then...
Ooh.
Settle.
Oh. Oh. Shit sucks, man.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh. No, this is heartbreaking.
Oh, this poor baby.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon. Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly! That was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garadeb household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
Ooh.
How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. Oh, well, okay, alright, cool.
Oh, updated?
Updated.
Oh. I thought it was an open and shut time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zieks.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Oh.
Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. So, let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Oh! Never again, sir. You mean to say? Leave now. This trial is not yet over. Oh, sir! That was so soft.
Oh,
I'm so soft.
oh,
Van Zee.
Bad cheeks. Oh.
It's just, it's just like, oh, Benji! Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of that third-party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
Oh my god, we're back here.
Oops.
we've been at this for so long, and yet we are back here. Alright, so cool. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true?
Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
Oh my fucking god. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Has to be
The lady?
Yeah, it was the Gyarados.
Yes. I mean, he didn't say, like, attacked.
Yeah, it could have been
Because-
involved.
Yeah, could have been accidental. She threw the knife and it fell on her back. Somehow. Oh, yes, because we said...
Somehow.
because we said earlier, like, she picked up the book and she was... So her back was facing the,
Yes.
like, up, yeah. Her back was facing up and then there was the knife. And then she was like, oh, I'm dead. I mean, I'm not dead. I mean, I'm comatose. Yes.
Joan Gyarados.
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again. We literally asked this before, and yet fucking Van Zeeks didn't want us to, and now we had to go through all that shit. Anyway, my assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it is imperative that we cross-examine the juror number 4. This is Joan Gyarados.
me? Oh, dearie me.
That request has already been denied.
No. But the situation is very different now. You're a little nicer. That's what's different.
You're a soft bitch.
Yeah.
I know that now.
I have that in my in my court record. it's like
He just scribbles it in his profile like soft bitch.
you're a big baby.
Aww.
He's like, it's like after that whole thing, it's like he's like, now leave, get out of my face or something, and then like the court record updated
Updates on its
Yeah.
own.
Anyway. Mrs. Girdeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
Right, dude. Calm down.
Jeez.
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Girdeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down. Ow. Finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just the books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Girdeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? Let me unlatch it for you. I don't know, I just remember it again. So
We just closed it.
oh, nothing to see here.
Yeah. Oh, we better not knock her out again. We
Yeah.
need you on the
We need you,
cross-examination
please.
table.
I don't recall it.
What a reaction.
Seriously.
Oh, how am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband?
Really lovely thing to say in court.
And anyway, the man over there is in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes. Oh, is he on my side?
Oh? No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. We're back.
Okay, what happened again?
I don't know. I heard dropping, but I could still see everything still.
Oh,
It might have
Maybe.
just been a temporary thing. That's okay.
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 you're here. You're here.
Yes. Sorry. We in case I didn't show up in stream, the call dropped noise played for both of us.
Ba-da-boom.
Yeah. Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You're not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just common or garden knife. I still don't know what that means. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that?
Are you joking?
What are you saying, please, Mr. Girdeb? Oh.
Everyone's looking at her. Oh my gosh.
Now you listen to me.
Oh.
I refuse to believe all that nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
I don't know if you could classify it. Okay.
Oh, so yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your best.
well.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Don't say that.
Don't say that. Don't say throw.
Don't say throw.
Then take the stand, juror.
Oh,
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. Damn, you really are a soft bitch.
That's so sexy of you.
Yes, damn.
I'm gonna have to testify.
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garridub. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Damn. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord.
That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Well, she's
Oh,
dead.
this
Oh,
camera
hi.
angle?
Look at this angle.
Wow.
This is
Fancy?
Yeah, it's it's like a K-pop concert with all the different angles. Anyway, it's Ryunosuke fan cam.
No.
Dude, I want one of the one like the thing of him like walking side.
Oh,
like, side
yeah.
I would die.
That's
love-
worth it.
yeah.
I would.
I
I want
would.
to see that.
For Ryunosuke, I would fan cam. All right, I don't know. Not a verb. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real.
Oh. Whoa.
Whoa. Look at Van Zieks is so upset. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Really, just now?
Finally.
Oh my god, hi.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Wait, sorry, I'm just... rivals to lovers, what about soulmates? Could be rivals to besties,
Oh, rivals and besties.
depending on which one you would go with. Okay.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garridub. And well, I'm a juror, and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has already decided. The court has decided the court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. I'm going to have a stroke very soon. Do you understand, madam?
Yes,
Minimum?
my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question.
Did you have that teapot this entire time?
Oh, not with her, but when she got nervous, she would pour and drink tea.
Oh yes. Okay. So I don't know, like on her lap.
In her lap,
Yeah. Okay. Smuggle some tea.
And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
She came in here. She was like, "Oh, I brought my tea set, but I don't know if it's allowed." And then, so she like smuggled it like on her lap, and then she saw Van Zieks drinking like unadulterated amounts of alcohol, and she's like, "Okay, I'm good."
Yeah. I can't be punished for this if
Yeah.
this guy's just like drinking and throwing wine all over the place.
At least I'm not that bad.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh my fucking god. Turn up, Jody. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh.
The whole fucking circus is here.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Aww. They're so cute right
It's
now.
actually so cute. I wasn't only you in okay. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I wrote the testify as well, don't you think?
What? But what about your knee, dear?
don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm dying. It hurts. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
John.
Oh, fuck. I presume you are Mr. John Garrett. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th North Numberland, sir. I see my fair share of actions have now living the quiet life, as it were. I don't know what I said.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yes. Quite. I believe this may present a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband, I guess. Where's the bailiff? Why did he just walk in here?
Yeah, he just walked in.
The bailiff was like, "Ah, yes, I know you. You're cool."
Yeah, you're the husband? Okay, come on in.
Yeah, come on in. Everyone's welcome. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sure, at once. Oh my god. The Battle of Garadeb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Whoops, knocked a candlestick over. She's like, I completely forgot what it was for. Don't worry about it. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw it at him.
Yeah, you're really submitting. You're telling this in court.
Yes, being honest.
Yep, okay. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that belly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you will have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your house that evening. What is wrong with everyone's houses, spouses?
Marriages.
Yeah, houses and spouses.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shutting us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Van Zieks may well be right.
Whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel, begin. Oh, the wrong voice. Very well, counsel, begin your cross-examination. Oh, the wife is supposed to be sun-shaped. Whoa!
Oh, that's right, her ring. Her ring is also the sun.
Yeah, this the shape of the sun. I was making fun of it because it looks like something you would buy at a carnival. Like it's not a wedding ring. Anyway.
That's cute.
Yeah, that's adorable. The day you're referring to, the wife and I did it. I can't recall the reason now. Woo! I don't know. Does it matter what the reason is? Knocked
I
the
guess
candlestick
not.
over and set fire to the carpet, soon had it out there and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place, can't say I'd notice if one or two were missing, I'm afraid. Maybe this one?
Yeah, I think either the one previous to it or this one or both. Probably both, actually.
Okay, let's start with. Oh, fuck. This one. Ah, fuck. This one. Okay. Yes. Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time, I wanted him to die. It was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin. Ooh.
Oi, oi, oi. Oh? Sir?
Toto?
Excuse me, sir?
Do you have something to add, sir? Oh,
His
twirling.
pipe. Oh, his pipe has little bandages on it.
Oh.
Was it damaged that day?
That's so I thought it was just like a style.
Yeah. Because he's
Mis-
looking at it, so
yeah,
I'm like,
Mr. Garadeb.
Don't you? Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Oh, nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles that old thing launched in my direction was somehow more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ouch.
And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a... Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. And also, it's like midnight. Please, don't make me yell. This is a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. I'm ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
oh, good question.
Yeah.
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
I just realized it's Joan and John.
Yeah.
Literally, it's been like 10 hours since we've known these people.
Well,
Oh, yes.
well, take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened,
Your pipe, sir.
Had the thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of her with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that kind of damage.
I see, your pipe was broken.
It would never have been set flying unless it was hit by something perfectly solid. Anyway, I've managed to banish the thing up for now.
You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important.
It could be when we collect evidence.
Yeah, give me anything. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance. What the fuck do you want?
Shut. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed. Common sense, one might say. What's happening? Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Ooh.
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
He said one word with Susato.
Yeah.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Bing bong.
Yeah, bing bong, ding dong, bing bong. Alright.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. I just wanted to let them know you didn't want pickles.
Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks. Thanks to Susato-san, we have pickles. I mean, no pickles. we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Now, right now, player. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Gyarados. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Okay. Boom. Ba-bum. Maybe there's a knife piece in there.
Yeah, we might be able to shake it and then like get a piece of the knife out.
Knife piece and he's been like smoking out of it this whole time.
Oh no.
Okay, let's look at...
Oh, it tipped on the side too.
Ooh.
Oh.
It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me. Like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Gyarados' dressing gown.
I suppose it must have had considerable sentimental value to Mr. Gyarados, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. No, right?
New. There's a chip.
Oh!
Oh! What? Are you serious?
Oh, I love smoking with a hint of metal.
It's a tea.
I live
inside,
life
too.
on the edge, you see.
On the edge.
Oh my god. Okay, let's pretend we didn't see that.
You pretend.
Oh,
okay,
look at
okay.
this. There's a small nick out of the bowl here, look. It appears to have been made relatively recently.
And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe.
Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye though, because it's clearly new. How do you know that? Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
wonder what the fuck this is. I can't
Hmm.
believe this.
Jeez.
Oh, oh, something just twinkled inside. Not just twinkled. Twinkle. Something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here.
Yes, I saw it.
I'm gonna reach it with my bare hand. Let's see what happens.
Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake.
Oh, they are gonna shake it.
What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal.
How is he not dead?
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Nah.
Nah.
Let's put that back in. Oh, well, we took it
We
out.
took it out. Okay, good. Great. I can't believe this.
So funny. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, about that. Yeah,
I think fragment of metal. We'll either have to look at the metal or look at the knife so that,
can we?
because I
okay,
don't think it's,
we'll
yeah,
see it
it's
again.
not, the
We'll
knife
see-
isn't updated.
Let's open it.
Yoi?
Let's look at here. Okay.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo.
I forgot we laughed at this earlier.
That's the tip.
Just happened.
A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it's missing? Oh, my brain cells! They're rubbing together! It's just- wait a minute. Just the tip?
Na 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 na. Oh god. I need to do that. I need to add that theme to my redeems.
So funny. I could be wrong, but I've got a feeling. Do you remember this?
Oh, that's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
5 seconds ago. Yes, and just maybe.
Oh my! It's a perfect fit.
You wouldn't know by looking at it.
Hmm.
Somehow I just knew it.
Genius. We did it. Okay.
All right, let's close that back.
Yeah.
Close that back.
Wahoo!
This fucking jackknife is so funny. I think it's this one then, right? Yes, because it says found inside Mr. Gyarados pipe bowl.
Yeah. They updated the description.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes. This. Fuck.
That reveals it. Oh.
I realize the damning inconsistency in that last statement. Look at my eyes. Damning, you say. Oh, where the fuck are you looking at? Oh, what? Just look at you. I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow. Oh. It seems to me that that's the damning consistency here, with the misplaced confidence of your assertion. I'll take your badge now. You suck. Oh, he got the damning tongue. You invited, sir. Nice banter.
Good banter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess not
It's that
this.
ballet thing. Wait, what's... Plenty of knives around their place. Ballet things.
Plenty of knives around our place. I can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing.
Oh, we present maybe the fragment? We haven't looked at the fragment yet. I don't know what small piece of metal.
It's a
yeah,
perfect fit for
microphone.
the missing tip of the knife found in the victim's back. Oh my fucking god.
Okay.
This is the one we should be presenting on the last statement because he said
Okay.
specifically about the knife.
The victim.
Yeah.
Yeah, the victim's back. Okay.
So, oh my god.
Okay, we've got 3 more chances. If they reject us again, we've got 3 chances.
I'm gonna get more banter with the fucking judge. All right, here we go. Oh, here we go. All right, we're good.
Oh, the music stopped.
Yes,
Okay,
Yes.
we did it.
Mr. Gyarados, could I ask you to take a good look at this place?
You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. I'm blind, you see.
You can't?
You used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some long time ago.
Oh, his face is so good here.
Oh, even when
Oh.
I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a B from a Q, to be honest.
It sounds like a nursery rhyme. B from a D and a P from a Q.
It's a rap.
I just mixed up a nursery rhyme with a rap.
Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must be very doozy.
Ha 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 ha. Nice. Vanzis just anyways him. He's like, anyway. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal?
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear as first to be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe. You saw me do it.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. How did I not die? And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is some way related to the metal of the stabbing on Briar Road?
I am. Judge is like, why the fuck did you have to do that? You keep doing this.
Alright.
It's really weird. Very, very freaky.
You do you, sir.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, he's angry. What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Oh my god, she's on a box!
She's a little apple box. Oh.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, this one.
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that's missing. Just the tip.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave tips lodged in their victims' bones.
That's terrifying.
It's so unpleasant. Yeah.
Anyway. And what part of this particular knife? Let me open this first.
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
No, that's not the case.
Ugh.
Didn't I literally just show you the tip?
Yeah. My tip?
Just gonna say, not my tip, but this tip. The tip of the blade. The tip of the blade. Anyway, the tip of this particular blade's knife is the very fragment of metal we've discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gyardub's pipe.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Good grief, dude! Did you get
Are you
shot?
okay?
Are you okay, Lord Van Zeeks?
Will you live?
Oh, jeez!
I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal.
This guy is so funny. Oh my god, the way he moves, it's just like, oh, I can't believe
Whenever the
you've done
game
this.
tries to convince you that Van Zeeks is scary, I'm like, have
so-
you seen him? He's a riot.
He's so funny. I love him.
Look, he's so angry now.
He's
He's
angry.
Or a perfect match.
It's like he's like, if this was a circus, he's like the lion. You
The
know?
lion.
But he's still part of the circus.
He's very cool, but he's still part of the circus.
Yeah, he's like maybe a little scary, but also like he's definitely still part of the circus. Good golly gosh, good damn deadly dingus. Order!
Deadly ding-
Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? A maho, as they would say.
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
Oh, thanks, man. A miracle! So Van Zeeks has figured it out, hasn't he? Has he? Whoops. Council, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Gyardub's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
We're a little nervous here.
Everything in my heart is usual to the Berber, not to clean out one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit something pretty solid. Oh, shit, man. Oh, dearie me.
Oh, no. Oh, dearie me. Whoops. Which Gyardub is it? They're both Gyardubs. You have to be specific about this. My god. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Gyardub flung this knife at her husband. I scotched and I taped it back together. However, the knife missed Mr. Gyardub, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip off, of course.
Good lord! Yes, yes. And that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside the Mr. Gyardub's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet, there is no other credible explanation as to how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. This is an Ace Attorney game, remember? Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. Oh,
Pew.
what a fucking circus act this
I
knife
know.
went through.
Oh,
In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Gyardub's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh, oh dear, oh.
Oh, wow, look at her. Look at his
Oh, the back of his robe
His
is all like burned. Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, my wine is back.
Good for you.
Oh, glug glug. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that.
Right.
A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry, I don't speak wine.
I don't speak wine. But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked.
Again.
Because you see... It's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency.
How long is this gonna go? It's already like...
Jesus.
I don't know, like, when this is gonna end. Like, I don't know if we should just, like, leave
I
it for
can
next
really quickly
time.
go look. I'll peek. I'll do
Okay.
a small peek on my...
It just keeps going, huh? Because, it's already been, like, 6 hours and, 18 minutes.
I know.
I want to sleep!
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Oh, me too, buddy. I mean, like, I'm having a lot of fun, but...
Apparently we have one more thing to present, and then this case is done.
Oh my fucking god, but how...
This case is like this. Oh, that's right, as you've played it.
Yeah.
I forgot.
I don't know, should we leave it for
We
next
can leave
time?
the ending of this case for next time, yeah, and then we'll start the news case next time too.
Okay. Yes, I think we will do that. We will leave
We're at
here.
a good place.
Yeah, we're at a good place.
Shoes are foot
Shoe,
is
one
on the
one
table.
entire foot. But yes, this is a good place to end, I guess. And then we're gonna jump back in, being like, wait, okay,
What
foot.
happened last time? Yeah.
Foot. But yes, thank you for joining us today. I'm sorry it took very long time, very long trial case, but there's a lot of shit we had to go through.
I know. I feel like we went through a whole part of that case, and it didn't really have an impact on the end.
Yeah, I think no, that entire thing of like, the policeman wife whole
Yes.
debacle was like just like, oh, I moved the body, and that was it.
Yeah. It was very sad though. I was
no,
quite emotionally compelled.
I do love them, and like, I mean, it's very Ace Attorney to be like, oh, I did it all for you, my love, or something. I don't know, right? But it's like, after that Bansi's is like, so?
Yeah, sure, okay.
And you're like, I spent like 2 hours with that one. But yeah, that was a lot. And we'll come back to this next week, same time.
We
if you would
shall.
like to join us again, same time. There might, if there is any changes, we will definitely be announcing it on Twitter.
Yes.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us. For those who it's a late night for some of us, us EST boys. It's 2:34 a.m.
Jesus.
I'm actually surprised the other people in my household hasn't yelled at me for yelling at 2:30 a.m.
Maro's not pissed at you.
Oh my god, dude. I feel like, because my door's closed right now, but I feel like the moment I open the door, he's gonna be like, what the fuck, dude? Can't believe you've done
What have you
this.
been doing in there?
Yeah. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah. But we're gonna go back to title. We already saved. God damn it. Alright, we're saving again. Save complete. We're in the courtroom? Are we in the courtroom?
I think so.
Oh yeah?
Yes, we are.
At least we've moved away from the dungeon.
Finally.
Yeah, gee, well. Alright, well, thank you guys so much for joining us today. And I hope you
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, everyone. A lot of great support today. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And hope to see you next time if you have the time.
Yeah.
We'd love to see you again.
Join us next week for the thrilling conclusion of this case. Finally.
It could be like literally 10 more minutes of the same case, or it could be like fucking another hour of it. Who knows?
Yeah,
We will
who knows?
see. But get ready to meet Van Zeke's foot again the next time we come in here. It's gonna
It'll be a good surprise.
Yeah, gonna be a lovely time to come back to. So thank you, everyone. I hope to see you again next time. Bye.
Bye.